Hello there, everyone. Welcome to the pilot episode of the third season of the TTOR Show. I'm your main host, TTOR, but as you can see, I'm not alone. I got some friends with me. We got Robert Baty, we got Adam Lohr, and we got Sal, all of whom are free to unmute themselves at any point now. Say hello, everybody.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thanks for having us on.
No problem. Uh, hmm.
Hey everybody,
if
how's it going?
And yep, that's Adam. If anyone wants to screen share anything, I would recommend first going into your settings for your camera here and go turn up the screen share frames per second to 30 because it's currently set at 5. So if you do screen sharing at any point in the next hour or two or whatever, uh, yeah, we don't want it to look choppy. But yes, we've got quite a bit to talk about as far as Kent Hovind and Chris Jones and all of that goes. I tried to do something magical, guys. I tried to stream to YouTube Quarter and Joshu TV simultaneously. Unfortunately, technical errors seem to be the way of life. Currently, we are streaming only to Joshu TV, but I'm also recording this at the same time, so I'll just have to manually upload it to YouTube and Quarter afterwards. So don't worry, anyone watching this. It will be seen on all three platforms, and technical errors cannot stop that from happening.
It's live on Josh TV.
Yep, JoshuTV.com. Yep, sure is. And so, I will say right off the bat, I did promise Robert Baty that he would get at least 30 minutes uninterrupted to talk about the stuff regarding Kent Hovind and how he's lying to everybody about his structuring issues that got him in jail for 9 years. So that's going to happen at some point, maybe sooner, maybe later. And I know Adam had a nice stream with Mark Stoney not too long ago. Actually, just finished probably, 15 minutes ago, Adam?
Yeah, something like that.
All right. So when Mark gets here, you guys can take the lead on talking about the stuff you were talking about in your stream, and anything that Sal wants to bring up tonight, he will definitely get his chance to. Um, I guess the best place to start would be to give Robert his fair chance at talking about Kent Hovind and his structuring stuff, since that is a particular subject around Kent Hovind that I'm not terribly familiar with. Like, I know what Kent Hovind says about the whole structuring thing that got him landed in jail, but I'm not aware at all of Robert's side of it. So, whenever you're ready, Robert, why don't you take us away on that?
Okay. I guess some sort of disclaimer might be appropriate so people don't uh, speculate too much. Your proposal was unsolicited. uh, I don't get invited out often, so I have to take the invitations as they come. Uh, and you suggested I say something about structuring, which deals with the overall context of Kent's criminal history and his social media behavior and the behavior of some of his social media promoters. And this was most recently demonstrated in one or more of Brett Keene's programs, where Kent said what he's been saying for 15 years or more regarding his 2006 convictions. There might be some analogy between how he does that and what he did with Chris Jones. A lot of the comments about Chris Jones is how Ken Hovind thought it was just about a poker game, but there's a lot more to it than that.
Hmm.
But Kent has said if you want to understand his criminal problems, his legal problems, you have to understand structuring. And so he usually mentions it briefly as part of his false legal narrative that structuring requires 2 or more transactions in one day, each of which is less than $10,000, but which together they total over $10,000. And that has to do with the bank reporting rules that require transactions in cash of $10,000 or more to be reported. So a lot of people don't like the government in their business, and a lot of people will design their transactions, structure them so that they make transactions of less than $10,000 so the bank is not required to fill out the form and report it to the government. Back in 2006, let me just say this first of all. Kent's claim, the one he's been making for 15 years or more, is false. And to my knowledge, he has never come up with, nor has any of his supporters come up with, a single legitimate legal reference to support that. As you know, anybody can probably easily look up the legal definition for structuring in the law and the regulations and compare it to what Kent says. I think for those that do that, and I have it published on my website for my own purposes, and if anybody wants to look there, but they're easy enough to determine that Kent's position is false, and he's got nothing to show for it after all these years. And I think that's one of the primary reasons why he doesn't want to talk to anybody about it that knows anything about it. He wants to, from his echo chambers behind his promoter's cover, just make that claim and not have it challenged. He might tell you, go look up Brady Byram or Paul John Hansen, or, they're not going to come out and publicly discuss it. They got nothing either. Although Brady Byram did put up an impressive cover story in his 12 hours of videos that Kent often brags about, and it says nothing by way of support for Kent's position. Nothing. You get 12 hours of Brady Byram droning on and on about stuff not particularly relevant to Kent's case. So back in 2006, Kent, in part of his criminal case, was convicted of 45 counts of structuring. And those 45 counts each involved one particular transaction. Because the definition of structuring is not what Kent claims, the federal government was able to charge him for each transaction he would make for that time period, for the ones they chose to charge him with. They could have charged him with more and maybe others in the family with more, but prosecutorial discretion and all, they settled on those 45 transactions. And if you look at the regulation, it seems to make rather clear that one transaction is all you need if your intent is to evade the bank reporting rules. And it was clear from the evidence and testimony, even Kent admits to facts sufficient to convict him. He knew of the bank rule, and he deliberately made his transaction so as to avoid triggering the bank's responsibility to report the transaction. Guilty as charged. All it took is one transaction. He had one transaction every couple of weeks or so, and they came up with 45 in particular, and he was convicted on all of those, as well as his wife, who was a participant. Being the sweet, loving husband Kent was, he wasn't about to admit to anything that might have kept his wife from being charged or at least being sent to prison. And most anybody with reasonable life experience knows how easy it is to make a deal with the feds so they don't have to go to the trouble of trying you for your crimes. Kent wasn't about to admit to anything or make a deal, and he wasn't about to let Joe act in her own defense or even get her own defense lawyer. Kent handpicked her lawyer, and so it was like Kent having his lawyer represent both of them, which is not an ideal situation. In a lot of those cases, a lot of criminal cases where you have situations like that, each party gets their own independent counsel, not Joe Hoven. Kent was prepared to send her to prison, and he did. And she's a changed woman as a result. And the other charges in the 2006 case involved the employment taxes. He was pretending to be a church and his employees ministers, and that didn't work for him either. He was a sole proprietor. He was running a business, and he had people working for him. He wasn't paying payroll taxes, and so he got convicted on that as well. And Kent, being Kent for 30 years or more, he wasn't about to just let them investigate and prosecute him. He did everything he could to make it harder on them. And so he got charged with obstruction of justice as well. And there was a number of factors that went into that charge. And he was convicted of obstruction. And along the same lines, the government also said, well, we got him on all those criminal charges. We'll settle civilly with him on his personal income tax issues. They might have prosecuted him on that as well criminally, but they chose to deal with that civilly. And Kent tried to challenge the government on that by asking the tax court to reconsider the IRS's determination, and through his lawyer tried a bunch of hokey sovereign citizen paper shuffling stuff that didn't go anywhere. And so the tax court upheld the IRS determination. Kent appealed that, lost his appeal, and so they assessed at that time $3.5 million or so in tax and penalties. With the interest and with the passage of time, that's probably something in excess of $10 million now. But what's interesting about that case, the civil personal income tax case, that Kent rarely will talk about, is that it includes the fraud penalty, the monetary civil fraud penalty, not the criminal penalty, which would send you to jail, but the civil penalty, which is just more money you're going to owe, which is a pretty stiff penalty. So he got stuck with the fraud penalty for each of the 9 years that was involved in the tax court case. And I've heard rumors about Ernie Land setting him up with some kind of payment plan to keep the IRS from being too aggressive in collecting it, and maybe paying $25 a month or something. I don't know if that's the case or not, but for all intents and purposes, Kent is making no effort to satisfy those liabilities. And that's something to think about when you hear him say, I pay all the taxes I owe. The fact he doesn't think he owes that goes to his anti-government history and what most people would understand to be properly labeled as sovereign citizen theology. He's been promoting that for many, many years, and that's why he's so chummy with Brady Byram and Paul John Hansen. They're both experts at sovereign citizen antics. And Kent, if push comes to shove, he will not take responsibility for what he's been doing all these years. He'll say Brady Byram this or Paul John Hansen that. Uh, and neither one of them are going to come out and talk to you. And Kent isn't either. So he shuts up the discussion.
Mm-hmm.
And that's pretty much the crux of the structuring issue. If there are comments or other things anybody has questions about, I'll be glad to consider that. I think apart from that, a couple of points I think need to be made in order to understand the context in which all these other things are currently being considered. Is that Joe, when Kent got out of prison the same as he went in or worse, legally divorced Kent. And Kent quickly got hooked up with Mary Taco and legally married her. It didn't last but a few months and never got a legal divorce, either one of them. And so Kent is still legally married to Mary Taco. For years, Mary didn't want to admit to that. But one of the things that just came to light the other day in one of Brett's broadcasts was Mary Taco or Toko admitted that she was still legally married to Kent. At some point, she may have to get a legal divorce. She probably should do it as quick as possible, but she indicated she might put it off till it's more significant to her. Right now, it doesn't seem to appear to be that significant to her.
Yeah.
And so Kent has still married to Mary Taco, took to living with Cindy Lincoln, split up, and now he's living with Sandra Sawyer. And he was recently criminally convicted of assaulting Cindy Lincoln. And that's not resolved. And not too many people, us and a few others, are too concerned about his relationship with women. So many, Kent obviously, and his promoters seem to think, oh, he's just fine. Legal marriage, no legal marriage, doesn't matter. Most of us think it does matter. It is significant.
Right. Yeah, because, people want to talk about how, like, oh, there's no way Kent Hovind could have body slammed Cindy Lincoln like she describes, and yet he's been convicted of physically abusing her. So why are we supposed to disbelieve Cindy Lincoln again?
Right. I think the body slam issue may be overdone because he didn't get convicted of body slamming her. And that's not what the law required. And so nobody was there except Cindy and Kent. And so you can listen to them and decide for yourself what might have happened. But the court was convinced, in light of the tape that was played and the witnesses Cindy put on and her own testimony, that under Alabama law, what he did was criminal. And I don't know if Kent actually testified or not, or just played his tape. But now that he's been convicted, like in his other cases, he's going everywhere saying he's innocent. A social media phenomenon. Social media may work for him in some degree, some people believe he's innocent and some don't. But as far as the state's concerned, he's a convicted abuser.
Mhm.
And Kent, I think, is more interested in playing that up than anything the court does, because Kent, in keeping with his sovereign citizen theology, doesn't think the court has any jurisdiction over him anyway. And like he's done with the Pensacola permit issue and his 2006 conviction, uh, we can expect to see Kent doing the same thing with his uh, domestic abuse conviction. He'll drag it out for the next 20 years if he can,
Mhm.
and he'll claim you can always file something. I'm innocent, and we're going to prove it. And his people will think, we don't like the government anyway. We think he's been railroaded,
Mhm.
uh, and just keep sending him a check once in a while.
Yeah, he's getting quite the rap sheet at this point between woman abuser and tax fraud and enabler of pedophiles. I mean, Kent Hovind's reputation is going downhill pretty quickly, at least among the people who care.
I'll try to shut up now. I don't know if that's my 30 minutes or not.
No, it wasn't, but you made good use of your time. Thank you for coming on and sharing all that. So, one thing I do want to ask before we move on to Adam and Mark, maybe I just wasn't listening very good, but what's the difference in terms of structuring between what Kent Hovind said he did and what the actual law was? Because he keeps claiming it was, two payments combined, 10,000 can't exceed and all that. Like, what was the difference
Okay,
between?
to summarize, Kent says it takes 2 or more transactions in one day. It doesn't. The regulation is clear that one transaction on one day at one institution with the intent to evade the bank reporting rule is all it takes. Kent says, I didn't make 2 or more transactions. It's that straw man concept. He says, this is what's required. I didn't do that. He made one transaction with the intent to evade the bank reporting rules.
Well,
And
how would. Go ahead, finish.
that's what structuring is. If you make a transaction, theoretically, they can't prosecute everybody, but theoretically, if you structure a transaction under $10,000 in cash because you don't want the bank to have to report it,
So,
that's structuring.
so just one transaction under 10,000 could get you into that little pickle?
Right.
Hmm. Interesting.
And the government had 45 of those picked out
And
that
that,
he was convicted on.
and he could have. You said earlier they could have done more than 45. How much could they have done if they really wanted to?
Uh, I'm not sure. In the testimony, the trial testimony, which is available online, it's 2,000 pages, so you might have a hard time finding it.
Hmm.
But in the trial testimony, there are spots therein where they mention some other transactions that they chose not to include in the indictment.
Hmm. Okay. That makes sense. Anyone else have any other questions for anything that Robert said in the last 20 minutes?
I have some questions, Robert. Thank you so much for doing what you're doing.
You're welcome.
I should mention in passing, I think maybe Robert and I might have actually been in the same building working many moons ago at the Internal Revenue Service. That was a long, long time ago.
Yeah.
I am familiar with the structuring laws because as a semi-professional gambler, lots of cash, and it's no big deal to deposit more than $10,000 and get reported. All I had to do is just give my ID. So why go to jail?
Right.
Why get in trouble? All you have to do, I had a $10,000 transaction once. It was cash. They said, we have to report this. I said, sure, fine. Here's my ID. Do you need anything else? And it was done in 1 minute.
Right. The thing with Kent
Yeah.
is he was running millions of dollars through his bank account.
Hmm.
And so he would have had a motive for not wanting to tip off the IRS as to his transactions. And of course, all that money going through his bank account is part of what the IRS set up as income in the civil income tax case. And so Kent likes to say it was a law made for drug dealers, but that's false. Uh, the drug problem might have had something to do with coming up with the law to begin with, but the law was made for crooks like Kent who use financial institutions in pursuit of their illegal activity. And so if you're looking for an illegal activity connected with Kent structuring, income tax evasion is one that jumps out at you. And that's part of why on the civil side, in his personal income tax case, it included the fraud penalty because he's a fraud.
And so I wanted to ask just a couple questions. Was there just one count of obstruction of justice and one count of not paying payroll taxes?
There was 12 employment tax counts, 45 structuring, and one obstruction count for 58 charges.
And then that's on the criminal side. On the civil side, he had one count of fraud.
Now there was nine. I think there was 9 years of personal income tax that was in the civil case, and each of those years individually carried the fraud penalty.
Oh, I got you. I got you.
And
So
like
this,
we were talking about earlier, that's 9 years. Kent said he hadn't filed for 30 years or something like that. The IRS, has to manage its resources and limit its prosecution in such cases. And so that's why you see the 9 years. Those are the ones they subjectively chose to pursue and set up.
so,
Okay.
I mean, a tax liability of 2.5 million, and now with interest and penalty and et cetera, being up to maybe 10, 15 million, $2.5 million would suggest quite a lot of money in terms of revenue and income. If I mean, this is a staggering amount of money for like ordinary people.
Well, as you might anticipate, he was worldwide leader in the creation science circuit. And uh, I don't remember in particular, but at some years he might have $2 or $3 million running through that bank account. Uh, I would qualify the results, however, because Kent did not cooperate. And what you see in cases where the taxpayer chooses not to cooperate is the IRS doesn't go to a lot of trouble to dig up all their expenses. Income's a little easier to find, uh, but expenses are a little more problematic. And if they don't want to help, the IRS takes what it can get, and this is the result. Just like in the criminal case, if Kent had acted in good faith, accepted responsibility, he could have kept Joe out of prison and probably limited his sentence to probation or a year or two. And so in the income tax case, he didn't help. And so what you see in that 3.5 million tax and penalties is probably a little bit larger than it might have been had he cooperated and said, "Here's all my books and records. Here's all my receipts. You didn't allow me all these deductions." He didn't do that. The IRS took what they found and went from there. I thought it was kind of interesting. You read through the trial transcript. I think there's a spot in there that is kind of like some movies you see on TV where the IRS is explaining how they were surveilling the neighborhood and would go through Kent's trash when the trash man came by and picked it up, they'd stop the trash truck and go through his trash to find records, something like that. That's, uh, the agents that work that might have a lot of interesting stories if they could tell.
No
Well,
doubt.
just one last comment. Your point about Joe Hubbins really, really sad for. I'm sad for her. You know that didn't have to happen to her. So yeah,
Yeah,
bad,
it's
bad
you know
judgment on his part.
the stories you hear. She really, really took it hard, and Kent, like he does with all his women, makes light of it. Uh, but I think it probably hurt her more than we can really comprehend.
They were married for how long? Like 30, 35 years?
Yeah, by the time he got out, maybe 40, 43, I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's pretty darn despicable of Kent. I mean, yeah, I've been married to someone for 40 years. You know what? It's time for a wife swap. And we're going to do it year after year.
Yeah, all she had to do is like he's telling Cindy and Sandra now, I'm the king, you're the servant,
Mm-hmm.
I make the calls, and you know, it sent Joe to prison, and she'd had enough of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're seeing how well that works out. He's very good at sending the people he allegedly cares about to prison. I mean, as my new video earlier today showed, Chris Jones may be looking at a Class C felony because of Kent trying to defend him.
Yeah, I I mentioned before, I think uh, that Kent is maintaining that approach to the financial issues he has with Cindy and the criminal abuse situation.
Mm-hmm.
That all they have to do is what Kent wants, and those issues go away. He has no good faith interest in resolving those disputes wherein the opposing parties have legitimate interest. He owes Cindy a lot of money, and he says he's not about to pay her another dime. And if he was serious about resolving that, his lawyer and her lawyer could get together and resolve that.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and he keeps saying Cindy needs to drop the criminal charges on the abuse case. Nope, she's already got her conviction, or the state got the conviction.
Yeah, you can't exactly
Kent,
drop a conviction, as the way
yeah,
I
yeah.
understand it.
Kent should take his 30 days and get it behind him.
Mm-hmm.
But Kent doesn't take his own advice. So he's ready to fight that for the next 20 years if he has to. But if he wanted to settle that, most likely, in my opinion, he could get with the prosecuting attorney for the state and settle that and maybe not serve any jail time, but have to accept a conviction. Uh, I can see that being a workable deal. I'd like to see him in jail, but he
Mm-hmm.
might be able to keep out of jail if he just make a deal and settle the case. But he thinks he's going to play 600 hours of recordings of Cindy Lincoln screaming and win his case. I don't think it's going to play out that way. But in any case, Kent is going to maintain his innocence however long it takes because he can't admit that there was anything wrong with anything he did that night where Cindy had to go to the hospital or went to the hospital.
Yeah, Kent Hovind is basically allergic to accountability. He's not going to fess up to any wrongdoing on his part, no matter how obvious it is. But that's typical of spiritual narcissists like him. But anyway, since both Mark Stoney and Adam Lohr are in the room, I figured you guys, maybe if you want to, could tell us all about the stuff you were talking about in the stream you were doing just before you arrived.
Yeah, sure. Hey guys. Hey Robert. Hey Sal. Josh. How's it going? Yeah. Adam and I just did about a 2-hour interview on his channel, where he asked me a lot of the questions that were related to just some of the things that I've been talking about, as far as Zaire and some a missing or an abducted child that happened back in 2016. And a lot of that I'm not really able to answer because I wasn't there.
Right.
But as far as the situation with Zaire, yeah, I can answer any of those questions. And yeah, we just did a 2-hour interview. So if there's anything you guys would like to touch on, I don't mind repeating myself.
So, what about Zaire did you talk about as far as your knowledge of that whole situation?
Okay, well, we were kind of hammering out some details as far as the timeline. I went back and was looking through the text messages between myself and Paul Hansen, and Adam and I came to the conclusion that Chris was actually at Dinosaur Adventure Land from the 23rd of November through the 27th. So when when Kent comes on his program and says that, the next day after they were found in bed together, that Chris took Zaire home, that's not true, because they were found in bed together on the 23rd of November. And if you go back and look on Kent's channel, you can see the boy on Kent's channel on the 25th.
Mm-hmm.
And going back in my text messages, it wasn't until the 27th when Paul finally texted me and said that Chris is gone. You can come back now. So he was there for 4 days. And yeah, Kent's just a liar. He lies about that. He lies about everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, and the real question that raises to me especially is if Chris and Zaire were found in bed together that night, where did Zaire stay those other nights that he was there?
Exactly. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and to that end, Mark, you actually posted a very interesting video a couple of days ago that I was hoping you'd be willing to actually screen share for us, and then we could respond to. It's the one you did. If towards the end, it has the audio recording of Paul and Kent and Chris talking about what they found Chris doing in that mattress.
Right. I don't know how to do screen shares, and
Are you on
my
a
phone? So
oh, you're on a phone. Okay, hold on. Let me. Well, unless Adam wants to do it,
I could pull up. I'm sitting in front of my computer. I don't have my webcam and everything set up.
All right. Can Adam screen share, or do I need to work some magic here?
it might be better if you do it. I could, but I don't
Are you on
know how to do it on here.
Are you on a computer?
Yeah.
There's a screen share button next to the camera, and basically you just select.
I don't know what video you're talking about either, though. So it might be better if you just do
okay.
If you go to my channel, Mark Stoney on YouTube, it's probably the last video I put up, I believe.
Yeah, it was uploaded 3 days ago. I think it's his newest one.
Yeah, something along the lines of contradictory Kent, because he likes to contradict himself.
Yeah, I would screen share it myself without second thought, but if I try and do that on OBS, it won't show it for some reason. But if anyone else in the room screen shares it, it will show up on my OBS program.
Well,
so that's why I'm trying to do it.
Let me see if I can join the room on my computer, and then I can pull that up and screen share.
Yep.
I might say this while they're doing that, is it some people might remember that recently one of Kent's associates, John McCauley, who was Tanya Green's boyfriend, they lived together, was arrested and charged with failing to register as a sex offender. And Kent arranged to have him bailed out, after which he and Tanya quickly left the state, maybe never to return. But what connection might be made between that and this is what you brought up today in your video, Justin.
Mm-hmm.
I looked up the statutes you referenced about what a registered child sex offender can do, and the conspiracy angle, and asked one of my legal sources to look at it and express an opinion. Uh, I haven't got a response yet, but I asked. Uh,
Hmm.
Sometimes it takes a while,
Right.
but it it looks like there's merit to what you were saying. That there's a case here if the Connecticut County authorities wanted to make one,
Hmm.
or the South Carolina people. Uh, they're his registered sex offender, so I don't know about the jurisdiction there. If he goes out of state, whether it's South Carolina prosecution or an Alabama prosecution.
I should probably
But
look up South Carolina's laws and see if they're the same or different as Alabama's. Because if they're the
yeah,
same, then they'll probably fight over who gets to prosecute.
yeah, I don't know how if the prosecution would lie in the jurisdiction where it was a crime was committed, or where the registration is registered. But it looked to me like, yeah, somebody needs to look at that.
Hmm.
I didn't look up the statute of limitations, so I don't know if that might have expired. But it looked to me like there was a
I don't think there's
reasonable.
a. Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, I don't think there's a statute of limitations on a registered sex offender violating a felony law.
Yeah,
You-
I was thinking probably not, but I didn't look it up to see for sure. So I'll be interested to see if my legal authority comes up with an opinion, or if some other legal authority enters the fray and tells us what they think about it.
Right.
this is news to me. I didn't know that. This is just a very disturbing trend. So thanks for sharing that, Robert. Wow.
Oh, here we go. Yep. And then at the 1647 mark is where things get fun. And we can just play through the rest of the video. Max out the volume. Oh, I see what happened. You need to go back to 1647, pause, you need to reshare the screen, but you gotta click this little button that says share audio. Because then we'll hear the actual video. You might have to unshare the screen and then reshare and press share audio.
Okay. Can you see it now?
Yes, but hearing, we can see it, but hearing it's the issue. We can't hear anything on our end.
I got you.
So yeah, all you have to do is unshare the screen, and then you go to screen share, and there's a little share audio in the bottom left-hand corner. You check that, and then do what you just did.
Gotcha.
Yep, that's all you got to do.
All right.
And then start at the 1647 mark. Or right there. Okay.
Well, I was just wondering if it was true or not. Paul, did you see Chris in bed with the kid? I'm sure that's true. I'm just wondering if that's true.
I've seen Chris wrestling with a kid, which I didn't think was appropriate, because you just when there's any slightness of that, you don't do that.
So, yeah,
I'm pretty sure I did, and I said no more of that.
let Chris give us a present. Right.
But just to clarify, it
Yeah,
wasn't a kid from
yeah.
Dinosaur Adventure Land.
I know.
It was my friend's kid that came up there with me.
Like that makes a difference.
And you're allowed to have friends that are kids, aren't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
And they know the charges, they know everything.
Oh, I remember. I was mad, Chris.
I hear, yeah.
I was mad at Chris because I got up. I said, Chris, what's he in your bed for? You got these charges. What the heck are you in bed with a kid for? I'm completely dressed.
But
Just wrestling.
It was also the only bed in the house. It's
Yeah,
not like he had
but
another bed
anyway,
to be in.
but anyway, I was just like, you couldn't convince me then that you should have done that. And,
See, the way people say things, he was in bed with a child.
yeah,
There's a way to make it sound worse than it is,
I know, but Chris
Right.
has to remember, you don't get close to that fire.
But wait a minute, now, there's two things to consider here. That's Chris's decision and the kid's decision. How people here react to that is their decision. Okay, he's got a right to wrestle with the kid if he wants, and you got a right to say, I'm not getting around Chris. Okay, I horse around with the kids all the time,
But
just wrestling.
It was also the only bed in the house. It's
Yeah,
not like he had
but
another
anyway,
bed to be in.
I was just like, you couldn't convince me then that you should have done that. And,
See, the way people say things, he was in bed with a child.
yeah,
There's a way to make it sound worse than it is.
Beautiful. You know, it's amazing how Kent's telling us all on Brett Keene's channel, nothing happened. That he just went and slept in Chris Jones's bed with him because he was scared. Nothing happened. And yet here we are learning that, oh, actually something did happen.
Right. And what is it even relevant if they were fully clothed or not? Which Paul told me personally that they were in their underwear. He later retracted and said that Chris was in gym shorts. But even that, what does that matter when you've got a tier 3 registered sex offender who has a history of lewd and lascivious acts with children under 14? What on earth is this guy doing in bed with a 14-year-old, 13-year-old boy?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just, wow.
Kent always manages to include some truth and wisdom in what he says and dealing with some of these problems. It's undisputable that given a situation where we were not there, you can make it worse than it was, and you can make it better. Kent, of course, is going to smooth it over and make it as best as he can, even though he wasn't there. That needs to be remembered.
Mm-hmm.
And in that little clip, you're talking about a little snapshot where maybe for 2 minutes, Chris and the kid, bad as it was, might have been wrestling around. The problem that's not being addressed is that you have Chris, a registered sex offender, spending several days and nights alone with this kid that nobody can account for, and nobody knows what happened behind those closed doors.
Mm-hmm.
And that's of some great concern, and it's not getting resolved. Social media is not the best place to resolve it. Might be a good place to talk about it and keep it before the public, and maybe eventually the authorities will deal with it appropriately.
Yeah, but the part that's just so sad to me about this whole thing is, well, it's actually two things. One, Kent Hovind is trying publicly to give this amazing defense of Chris Jones that, proves that he didn't do nothing wrong, people. But even his best defense of Chris Jones, where he omits stuff that probably makes it worse than it is, even his best defense of Chris Jones still has Chris Jones committing a Class C felony. And that was the point of my whole video that I put out today, is even Kent's best defense of Chris Jones incriminates his friend.
That's analogous back to the structuring. Kent has publicly admitted as much to convict him for structuring. He knew of the law that the bank had to report the transactions if they were over $10,000. And he deliberately structured his transactions to evade that. End of story, theoretically. You're guilty as charged. And so now, as you pointed out very well in your video, Kent's put Chris in jail, in effect, by admitting to facts that seem consistent with the law that says that's a crime.
Mm-hmm. And the other thing, too, that was really funny about the Paul Hansen conversation and Stoney's video is that he claims that, well, Chris has these charges against him and he just can't be in bed with a kid. The thing about using the word charge is that it gives the impression that Chris has been accused of all this stuff, but he hasn't actually been convicted. When the reality is he's been convicted already of all these charges. He's served prison time, and yeah, it's all a fact of history. So he's not
curious.
innocent at all.
I'm curious that Kent repeatedly has said Chris is going to get this overturned. It's been all these years.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on that would cause any kind of serious reconsideration? Kent never says. Now he's talking about two mysterious lawyers showing up to put on a show. I can't imagine a legitimate lawyer going along with that stunt Kent is planning. I can see some make-believe lawyers like Hanson or Byram, but I can't see a real lawyer ever saying, yeah, let's put on a show down at DAL and show people you're innocent.
Right.
They'd go down to the courthouse and file a case and tell them to shut up.
Well, from what I understand, Chris Jones was actually convicted in 2008, but then he tried to overturn it, and all of his attempts to get it overturned ended in December of 2009, which was what the whole People versus Jones case thing I was reading in my exposés was from the very end of his attempts to overturn all of these things.
And something to note on that, if you read through that, he's not challenging his guilt or innocence. He's challenging technicalities. I believe one of the challenges was that the prosecution presented a photograph that was blown up really big, and the challenge was it caused an unfair. Hello, cat, get out of the way. It painted him in an unfair light, and that it was too much of an emotional thing for them to see such a big blown up picture. But I mean, that's irrelevant because it's not contesting the content or what the picture represented. It's just, it was too big. That's not fair. That you violated my rights. But hey, real quick, y'all were talking about how Kent justifies claiming that Chris is innocent and everything. One of the biggest pieces of evidence, which I wouldn't call evidence at all, is a video that Ted Gunderson put out about Judge Thompson, who was running for re-election in Orange County, California. And Judge Thompson is who presided over Chris Jones's case. So I'm going to share my screen again with this. It's about a 3-minute video.
Okay.
And I want you to look for any kind of evidence that exonerates Chris and see if this is actually exonerating Chris the way that Kent believes that it is. Let me get this screen share up again.
By all means. Looking forward to it.
Get that one. And it's going to be right over here. So this is the video that Kent will give people to prove that Chris Jones is innocent and that he was set up. So I'm going to go ahead and play this.
I'm Ted L. Gunderson, retired senior special agent in charge of the FBI Los Angeles Division. I retired in March 1979, and I've been active as a private investigator ever since. One of the cases I've handled where I wanted to testify and investigated was the Chris Jones case. I was blocked from testifying at the trial in Santa Ana, California, 2008, by Judge David A. Thompson. He was the presiding judge. Had I been allowed to testify to the truth, I would have testified that there were falsified police reports presented in this case, that there were altered witness testimony, and that there was perjury by a detective at the preliminary hearing. This would clearly have established a corrupt situation. And in my opinion, this court, this trial was a kangaroo trial. I've never in my 30 some years as a private investigator and 55, 56 years as a professional investigator and FBI chief, seen anything like it in my life. And I was also shocked when I was out in the lobby in the courtroom, and one of Chris's friends came up and hugged him. And the judge was told about it by the bailiff, and the judge ordered Chris arrested and put in a prison uniform for hugging his witness. This was a witness that he had as a friend. This was clearly a miscarriage of justice. Anyway, this judge, Tom Thompson, is the number 2 judge in Orange County, soon to be number 1 judge. You want a judge of that type to represent you in the courthouse? Good luck.
I wonder, why was he not allowed to testify?
I mean, there's reasons why judges block testimony.
Yeah,
It's
there
not
were
relevant.
good reasons. The Gunderson story is a story in and of itself.
Yeah,
As
it
Mark
really
said,
is.
Gunderson, from what he said in that video, had nothing substantive to offer in the criminal case of Chris Jones. He said he retired from the FBI in '79, which may be correct. That's a long, long time ago. And he might have had a pretty good career then. But my opinion is he went off the rails. And I think if you do some Googling of the resources available about him, you'll find that out. In that video, he said one of the cases I investigated was Chris Jones. Some people might have got confused what he was talking about. He's talking about as a private citizen, not as an official law enforcement investigator. And it reminded me of Shara Michelle, ace journalist and investigator that makes the same sort of claims regarding the cases she investigates. And she never has anything of substance to change anything. So I would encourage people, if they're thinking that Gunderson has anything to salvage Chris Jones from a criminal conviction, you do a little more research.
Well, even going back to that video, if you really pay attention, it has nothing to do with Chris and Kent. I mean, yes, he uses Chris as, you know, his reason for wanting to attack Gunderson or whatever. But the purpose of the video was not to exonerate Chris Jones. It was a political hit piece against Judge Thompson.
Yep.
So I'm sure Ted Gunderson received a pretty little check when he was asked to do that interview.
Some of those Hoven bucks maybe under the table?
Who knows?
You know, that it's what I was thinking is like, why would he weigh in on this? I mean, full disclosure would say, did he get compensated for his investigation?
Well, and another thing, Ted had a perfect opportunity right there in that video, if he was actually trying to exonerate Chris, to present his evidence. But instead, it's a 3-minute hit piece, a political hit piece. It's not an exoneration of any form. But this is what Kent uses to promote Chris's innocence, because he plays off the Ted Gunderson, he plays off the Bohemian Grove stuff, and he tries to set up this narrative and convince people that Chris has been set up by, you know, the shadow government or the dark elites or whatever you want to call them. But it's hogwash. It's crazy. Like any rational person can see the evidence that Kent presents in favor of Chris and see the mountain of evidence against Chris as far as his convictions and even in his appeal that was held up. So if you want to listen to Kent, you got to set your brain aside and just not even pay attention to logic and reason, especially in that regard.
Just follow the tone of Kent's lovely voice.
Yeah, look over here. Look over here.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't think too hard, though, about what I say, even if it incriminates my friend. Don't think too hard about it, because he's a good man. He did nothing wrong. Yeah. So, Coyote, what's going on?
Not much. I'm just here for Mark.
Yeah, hey, I invited Coyote is one of the people that I've been in touch with Miss Parker's channel. She's been doing a lot of stuff on Kent Hovind, and we've had kind of a pretty good back and forth and dialogue. And I asked her if she wanted to come on and check out what was going on here, and she also might have some stuff to contribute. She's been following the Kent Hovind saga for quite a while as well.
So so I guess the proper question to ask you, Coyote, is which part of the Kent Hovind saga interests you most that you would like to share with us?
I have no idea, honestly.
How about in relate? I was gonna say, how about in relation to Miss Parker's channel?
I think for Miss Parker, like the big thing was it was kind of a start to joke about this other guy on the internet who really likes Kent Hovind, and then she kind of
G-Man, right?
Yeah, G-Man.
Yeah, G-Man.
He was not a great person. And so, and then Miss Parker got into a lot of the really deeper stuff. She had Mr. Baty on her channel as well at one point, and I think the big thing for her is it just the situation with Zaire. It's really close to home for her. And so I said, I have the time and the ability to help, so I would like to help. And so that's what I've been doing. We've just kind of been going over everything and collecting as much as we can.
Right.
So.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been dealing with that too, because with Kent Hovind, there's just so much you could go into between the Chris Jones thing, the Brady Byron thing, the Steve thing, the structuring stuff, and all the other, or the way he treats people who disagree with him on anything. There's a lot of subject matter for Kent, so I felt on my channel in particular, it was really important to focus on one thing that's really solid that he can't refute without incriminating people, like he did with Chris Jones. And that's why I focused on that particular topic, is Chris Jones, he had his time, he did his crimes, he got charged, he got convicted, did the prison time, got put on the sex offender registry list, and then brought a boy who's not blood related or family at all to DAL and committed a Class C felony by Kent's own admission. And of course, there's a lot of speculation and investigation going on right now from some of us in this room into some possibilities regarding that situation that are much darker than what I was responding to in my videos.
Yeah, it's not looking great.
No. For the stuff,
I think is yeah, it's just not looking very great. Like some of the stuff that we found. I don't know how much Miss Parker would want me to share, like on what she's found.
Well, anything she's talked about on her channel, I think is fair game.
Well, we've kind of decided that we're not. We're gonna stop doing a lot of the public stuff for now. Just still keep the pressure on, obviously. Like we're downloading the videos and getting documents, but
right.
Because I know that she's also gotten. I mean, how she's not taking them too seriously, but she has also gotten threatening emails from Kent. So
I feel so left out. Where's my threatening email?
But,
and can you guys hear me? I had to cut my camera off. I'm back on my computer now. Am I coming through clear?
Yeah, you're coming through perfectly clear.
Yeah, another reason I wanted to bring Coyote on here, he brings a different perspective to the conversation, because one of the passages that Kent mutilates to justify his remarriages is found in 1 Timothy 3, where it says, a bishop must be the husband of one wife, and all that. But he doesn't ever read any further to verse 7, where it says, moreover, he must have a good rapport of them which are without, lest he fall into reproach in the snare of the devil. So Coyote is a non-believer, right?
Yeah.
Do you think you have a good rapport with Kent Hovind? Or do you think that...
Absolutely not.
So here we go. We've got a group of Christians here, an unbeliever, and I would say that there's a fairly decent rapport, at least for, the time we've known each other in this room.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas you put any unbeliever in a room with Kent, and he's just going to throw ad homs. He's going to insult. He's going to, call you stupid, and even more recently, he's saying that anybody who believes in evolution is a pedophile. So,
Oh,
well, that kind of
Yeah.
loses all meaning because he accused all of us of being pedos when we did that 11-hour live stream a couple weeks ago. So,
right.
yeah, it's just like sticks and stones at this point to me.
Yeah, and I brought that up just to bring up just how terribly Kent uses scripture to manipulate people and justify his own behaviors, but he's never going to read past what supports his side. I mean, it's just a couple verses later in verse 7, you got to have a good rapport with everybody, not just those within, but those without as well.
Yeah, but that's pretty normal for people like Kent who are basically wolves in sheep's clothing. They want
Right,
to
exactly.
masquerade as a good Bible-believing Christian and a Bible
Exactly.
answer man, but yeah, he definitely is not the Bible answer man he portrays
yeah.
himself
I
as.
don't think Coven would like me very much.
Probably not.
I go back a
So
long time with Kent, and I can remember back years and years ago when I didn't really appreciate the significance, I guess. One of the first charges hurled against me as a critic of Kent was that I was a pedophile.
Oh my goodness.
I think Deborah and Theo might have even been involved in some of that.
Projection much?
That was when they were closer to Kent than they are these days, and they were part of his team of operatives that would go after his critics. But
I was one of those
that
too
was
for a
one of the
while.
first charges.
I gave you hell there for a while too, didn't I, Robert?
Yeah, we're one of a number of situations where I start out making people mad, and then over time it kind of cools. Miko Hayes and I were at odds for a long, long time on the Baby Home and the Raymond Schwab cases. But Miko finally came around. He'll tell you he really doesn't care much for me, but we developed some mutual interests and were able to get along.
Well, before I had any personal contact with you, as far as us communicating, not so much combatively, everything that I had been told about you from Kent was just a lie. I mean, he was saying that you were brought out of retirement to harass him, that you were part of this whole cabal that was just out to get him. And I mean, that's so far from the case. I mean, yeah, you've got a hobby of looking into Kent and his nefarious deeds. I believe everybody in this room would say they have a bit of I guess you could call it a hobby, a pet project, whatever you want to say, but yeah, we're all kind of in the same boat. And just because we're here speaking out against some of the evils that Kent has engaged in, that doesn't mean that we're working for Satan or anything like that. In fact, I think it's quite the contrary. I think that the people in here and the people out on the internet that are speaking the truth are actually, doing quite the opposite. Because it's our job to reveal the truth. And even for atheists, I mean, they're not. They have truth too. They're also made in the image of God, and you have that truth. You acknowledge that truth. We may not agree on the foundation of truth as a whole, but we all practice. We all know what truth is. We can differentiate the difference between a truth and a lie. So speaking out to the truth is a good thing, no matter what your worldview is. So I commend everybody in here for being that, to be willing to speak the truth.
And to touch on what you were just saying a minute ago, covering Kent Hovind's shenanigans is not one of my favorite subjects. I would much rather be doing alt tech videos, news and politics coverage, Christian apologetics, more general young earth creationism concept videos. There's a lot of videos that I would rather be making. But when I came across all the information that I've presented in the 2 videos I've done in the last couple weeks, I can't be quiet about it, because if I be quiet about what I learned, it's sin. It's enabling
Silence.
evil.
Same here.
That's
Silent
the
is
position I'm in too. Like my channel doesn't have anything to do with something like this, and I'm losing. I'm alienating people and losing subscribers by talking about it. But I think TTOR, myself, Sal, and others, Mark, we are in sort of a unique position where we were kind of there for a lot of the Brett Keane stuff, and then it kind of was put on private, and things slipped through the cracks that people didn't. We caught things that a lot of people did not catch. So we're kind of bringing it back up and shedding the light back on it.
Yeah,
Yep.
and people, some of the viewers here may not know who I am, but I'm a respected creationist researcher. So I may not be known popularly, but the president of ICR knows me by name. There are people at Creation Ministries International that know me. I'm a researcher, not an evangelist, and Kent kind of denigrated who I was. So why don't you go start some ministry or something? It's like, oh, so the people that provide evangelists kind of their material to do what they do, and Kent never quotes us really well either, and I take offense to that. It's like, so our lives don't count. We're the ones supporting people like you, and you're going to denigrate me publicly for what I do. And then the other thing is, because I'm in this sphere, I get a lot of people that say, oh, I listened to Kent Hovind, and I'm just horrified because he doesn't teach them right. They come up to me with all sorts of questionable stuff, and I'm just like, you go off to university, you're going to get slaughtered. You're not being appropriately trained. And then when I started to hear about them thinking about bringing their families to Dinosaur Adventure Land, I began, it was my responsibility to look into this a little more. And I said, I'm a little concerned about this. And the more that I dug, the worse it got. I'm just like, went to say, be cautious. It's like, that was where I was at first. It's like, don't go there under any circumstance. There's a reason you have to sign a waiver when you enter there. And then, then I met Cindy Lincoln, and, just the more that I looked, the worse it got. And I started to, when I heard about Zaire, my heart just started to break and sink. It's like, isn't anyone gonna, try to call this out? How many more of these do we have to go through before it stops?
Hold on, I just gotta do a little something for Adam. Ignore us. You can still hear us, but ignore us.
For Miss Parker too. I think when we learned about Zaire, that was really important to figure out, or at least bring more attention to.
Yeah, it was a year ago that I put out my first video about Zaire. He's titled "The Cult of Kent Hovind," and I kind of chose that title for a little bit of a clickbaity type thing. And I think that video's at 4,500 views at this point, but here we are a year later, and we're still talking about it. So, where do we go? Does anybody have what are the next steps? Because the public campaign to expose what's going on is important, but as far as effectively stopping Kent, which I think we could all agree that he needs to be stopped. He's a danger not only to the people in his immediate care, but his false doctrines are very dangerous to Christianity.
I don't know a great amount of detail on it, but I do know that there is it's being investigated quite thoroughly right now.
Yeah.
So
well, that's comforting to know.
So hopefully that hammer of the law comes down sooner rather than later.
Well,
we will see.
I mentioned that there probably could be assembled a website that has a repository, nice succinct articles, not really long videos and articles, and people can go to it, because it's, at some point, law enforcement and particularly the press might want a one-stop shop that'll just give them the facts enough to get their interest. Because much as I like Cindy Lincoln and what she's done, it took me a very long time to tease out, you know, what were things that were particularly incriminating. And in all those hours of video she was making, the one thing that changed my mind was when she was confronted by Steve Lynn, apparently armed. And Kent Hovind did the stupidest thing, came out and defended Steve Lynn and said, no, that wasn't a gun. That was Steve Lynn's private parts.
That was his other gun.
Different kind of gun.
It's like, come on.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
But the thing that, I mean, it is disgusting in that sense, but the thing that is amazing and really saddening, it's like there are lots of people who listen to that and say, amen, brother. Basically, like G-Man, do you like have any critical thinking? SFT,
No.
that whole
G-Man
crowd
doesn't.
of young earth creationists. I've been ashamed of our community that they lack this sort of discernment, something so obviously bad. And I wanted to say that thing about Steve Lynn, I've heard it in Kent Hovind science. It's like he'll just make stuff up on the fly to kind of persuade the audience. And just like, Kent, you don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
And it's just like, you know, we all make mistakes, but it's like every 5 minutes, I'm just like, where did you come up with that?
He got that from the school of
Zucker when he
Zucker
said that
Nike.
about Steve Lynn. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say he got that from the school of Zucker Nike, the Muslim apologist who once made 25 mistakes in a 5-minute lecture.
Oh my God.
There's a video of that on the internet, by the way.
I'll have to look that up.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to watch.
And for the viewers out there, they're better creationists out there. Rob Stadler, John Sanford, John Hartnett, all accomplished secular scientists who are young earth creationists.
And even
you don't have this drama following them around.
And even not counting those guys, you have other creationists who aren't scientists or researchers, like me, who do a much better job than Kent does on creationism topics. It's just not that hard to do better than he does. And yet, for some reason, he's one of the big, heads of our movement. It's quite disturbing.
I don't think he really is. I think his popularity is very overblown. He's got 198,000 subscribers on YouTube, but I've got it on good authority that a lot of those are paid for subscriptions. Like
Bots.
They went and bought
For
subscriptions.
dead subscribers.
Yeah.
A lot of people do that, unfortunately. But he is still, if you look at who the atheists choose to cover, he is presented as still being one of our leading figures. And unfortunately, he has enough support still that it feeds into that kind of illusion.
Well, I wanted to say there's a reason why the atheists kind of support him. He's the best punching bag. I mean, if I were atheist, I'd want him on showing the face and representing young earth creationism. For that reason, he's perpetuated.
Yeah.
Easy target.
Speaking of our movement, though, one of the things I've been saying for years, actually, is that there's too much, aside from the major lack of discernment in the young earth creationism movement, there's too much cult of personalities running around in the movement. There's not enough rugged individualism that's capable of thinking through things and realizing, that's a great argument to use. That's not such a great argument to use. And, oh my gosh, we can't go there with that one. We don't have enough of that, unfortunately. And so it's up to guys like me and Sal and Mark to basically be the change as far as that goes.
I do know Miss Parker was one of the things that she had mentioned is that she remembers, 'cause I'm also not in the United States. We don't have a lot of the big, preaching personalities, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
So I've never really experienced any of it till I got online, but she actually had Kent Hovind's stuff when she was a child learning.
Yeah, that's a common thing I'm hearing too, is that there's a lot of people on the internet now who are like atheists speaking out against young earth creationism or speaking out against Kent Hovind or both, and a lot of them were people who followed his content and used his materials and believed them in their earlier years.
Well, I think if you have G-Man running around preaching Kent Hovind stuff, it adds that extra layer of butchered. And just makes it so much worse.
I don't know if you've seen my channel, Coyote, but G-Man actually accused me of being an atheist.
Oh wow.
That's one of the funniest videos I've ever uploaded. And and before the clip I showed in that video, he had literally gone to the other 5 or 6 Christians who were in the room and accused us of all being atheists. So by the time he got around to me and did the same thing, everyone was just howling up a storm in laughter because he literally went to every person and accused them of being an atheist because we dared to criticize Kent Hovind.
He was supposed to debate Miss Parker on evolution and then immediately backed out of that. So that was pretty funny.
When was that? Like when that whole thing happened?
We're supposed to be in May.
Oh, so it's supposed to be last month?
Yeah, he backed out of it like the day of. He never showed up.
Ah.
And then I think he said he won the debate because she broke a rule, and it was like, you just didn't show up, my dude.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I was gonna assume that maybe he had so many other, because he's always got like these 2 to 4 hour debates he does with people over live streams that he posts periodically on his channel. So I thought maybe he forgot about yours and was busy doing someone else's debate.
No, maybe he did. I don't know. I know he doesn't like Miss Parker at all.
Wow, imagine that.
But she's definitely different. I mean, you're gonna have to prepare yourself for that.
A woman speaking out against Kent Hovind. I can't imagine why he would not be a fan of that.
Oh boy.
Yeah, he's made some pretty egregious claims towards her and our community as well.
What are some of the juiciest ones that he's made about her? Because I'm not aware of any of this.
At one point, he was like, "I'm gonna call the Nevada police on you because your husband's a drug dealer."
Was that G-Man or Kent?
That was G-Man.
Okay.
Okay.
I think Kent Hovind has said Miss Parker's name in like one of his meetings.
I mean, Kent Hovind accuses
on
us.
Video.
I was just gonna say Kent Hovind accuses us all of being pedos these days, so I could believe him, calling her husband a drug dealer.
I mean, it's part for the course online. You get called a pedo a lot.
Yeah.
If you don't agree with someone. But
maybe that's why this whole thing hasn't gained any traction,
that
because
might
it's
be
such an overplayed accusation. When people hear it, it's just kind of like, oh, well, it's, they're just upset. They're just accusing or attacking. But in this case, there is some very legitimate concerns surrounding the pedophilia.
And I mean, you have to prove evidence. Like, you just have to prove evidence when you make claims on the internet nowadays. I mean, you should anyway, but and so we've tried, we're gathering as many of the documents as we can, and just so people can look at them, because like there's documents to prove that he hangs out with really questionable people like Chris Jones, who I think we found on a registry in at least 2 different states.
Oh, I found him in South Carolina. What are the ones you found him in?
He's in South Carolina, and I haven't found it. I'm trying to find the one in California, I believe.
Oh yeah, because I think that's where he was when he committed the crimes and got charged and all that.
Yeah.
But he's in the South Carolina one. So like, you're a registered offender in 2 different states. That's a pretty alarming thing.
And you just happen to, grab a kid that you're not related to whatsoever, and I'm his father figure, and you take him to DAL, and you spend a few days there, contrary to Kent saying just one. You spend a few days there, and you just got found, in the same mattress, in the same house, sleeping with each other, and then wrestling each other.
Just wrestling.
Just wrestling.
Well, wasn't an additional detail of that it wasn't just wrestling. It was they were in their underwear. The boy was terrified or scared, right?
Yeah. So let me clarify that.
And he had an erection.
Yeah, let me clarify that real quick. So initially, Paul texted me and said he found them in bed together, and he was very concerned. Said it was really stupid. This is not good. And then later, Paul pulled me aside privately, and Paul would do this thing where he would tell you to turn your phone off or put your phone away so he can speak without anybody listening.
Off the record.
Off the record, right. So Paul did that whole little spiel with me and pulled me aside and told me that, I wanted to talk to you more about what I saw yesterday. And what I actually saw was I walked in and Chris was in his underwear and Zaire was in his underwear. Zaire appeared to be frightened and Chris had an erection. But Paul since backtracked that. He came to me later and said, "Oh well, Chris told me it was gym shorts, so it was just gym shorts." I believe that.
Don't trust my lying eyes.
Yeah, and then it was they were 3 feet apart in the bed. There was only one mattress in the house, but all of that is just a different story from the original. And Paul has not just Paul, but Kent and even Chris have changed their stories about what actually happened so many times. Like
almost as many different versions of the story as the origin story of Mormonism.
There you go.
But yeah, it is funny how we're getting all these different versions. But I didn't know you could wrestle each other while staying 3 feet apart at the same time.
Right. Yeah, and Kent wrestles with kids all the time, so he says.
I wrestle with kids all the time. Yeah, I just have people's kids give me a massage. Yeah, it's just so random. Yeah. It's like a thing of endearment when I really like you.
So publicly, we have 3 registered offenders at least associated with Dinosaur Adventure Land. Is that?
Well, I think it's. Well, I don't think Steve is a offender, like a sex offender. He's just, alcoholic, drug dealer, questionable, and other stuff. He likes making revenge porn.
So there was that Macaulay that, Robert
John
Baty,
Macaulay,
John Macaulay, Chris Jones, and was there another one?
Brady Byron.
Well, Brady is not convicted. Brady was never even charged. That was kind of one of those deals that got kept in the family. Brady was told never to have anything to do with that side of the family anymore. And as long as he basically disappeared, they wouldn't be taking it to the authorities. But I've also heard that, the police did investigate to a degree, but Brady had connections with the police department. And they just brushed it off like it was no big deal.
As long as he just goes away.
Yeah.
Mark, in that recording you have on your channel, it's like a 2-hour meeting after you had left when Chris Jones comes for like the 3rd time.
Yeah.
There's multiple people in that recording that stood up in that meeting and said, well, I was accused of this. I was accused of that. It was like multiple people.
I know.
It was like, what the heck?
And yeah, there was a gentleman in there by the name of James Duncan.
Yeah.
Who said, I'm on a registry too.
Yeah.
And I kind of want to know more about that because
in the recording, it's almost like their point was, oh, well, I registered too. What are you going to say something bad about me? But it was like, I could have sworn there's like 3 or 4 people that kept it might have been some of the same people.
Yeah, it was 2 people. It was
so just that's 2 just like random people in addition to all this.
And Joanna says that she was accused of molestation for public breastfeeding, which seems absurd on its face. And I don't know any of the story behind that other than what was caught in that audio recording.
Yeah, this is not just a coincidence. This is a pattern.
Paul Hansen.
This is like the main theme of the ministry. It seems like not just a recurring pattern.
Were you guys aware of the bus that Kent Hovind drove and the scandal behind that one?
I think there is. I think Robert knows a good bit about that as well. But you brought that up with me.
Yeah.
The Let Us Pray article, right?
I'm not sure. I think it was in a video of Cindy Lincoln's as well. But he drove a bus that picked up kids from the inner city to this church that was later associated with a lot of sexual abuse scandals.
Yeah. Isn't that Jack Hiles?
Yes, that is.
Yeah.
That is referring to the article. What was it again?
I'm not sure what the article's name is off the top of my head.
Let Us Pray.
Yeah, Let Us Pray. That's it.
Prey.
Yes, that's it. So yeah, Kent Hovind used to drive to the black neighborhoods and pick up kids and bring them to that church, and he talks about that on his seminar. He
Yeah,
talks
and no
about driving a
parents.
bus.
It was just the kids, as far as we know. And I think that is also very concerning and alarming.
Right. And I would like to see somebody take that and explore it more, because you do have Kent talking about in his seminar series how he would drive the buses, and then you do have the connection with Jack Hiles and all that. So it's definitely something worth looking into.
Yeah, I think we probably will be. We have like a long list of things that we're going through. But it gets difficult, I think, at some point.
There's so much.
Continue to go through it. It takes a toll on you. So sometimes you do have to step back and be like, I need to take a breather.
Right.
So I'm just throwing this out there. Collectively, we might have a lot to be able to, once we distill it, to put it in some repositories, not necessarily one, but public repositories to make available to the press. Because I think at some point they'll, depending on how some things play out, they'll want these resources. Like, for example, the first thing I think might be quote unquote on the docket is Kent Hovind's appeal of his conviction. That could fail. That'll probably spark a press cycle, and it'd be good to have something, for the reporters to be able to grab onto, not formal reporters, but also the internet sphere.
Right. I can see Robert Baty down there not willing to plug his site, but my goodness, if you haven't been to Robert's site, that is a treasure trove of Kent Hovind information.
The quality varies from article to article. The website itself has a little over 450 articles, most of which maybe deal with Kent Hovind and related subjects, and other subjects that I've picked up on along the way. And there's a chronological list you can click on and bring them all up and browse through the list to whatever suits your fancy and see what it looks like. There's some Mark Stoney information in there too.
Oh yeah.
To give you a background of where we're coming from.
Yeah, Robert and I were not friends at the beginning. We were not friends at the beginning.
Cindy always has the links to it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And it's like one thing, if you go through her video, she's got all the links to it, which is helpful.
Yeah.
Right.
We might.
I've always said, Hovind, I think, needs a lot more attention than he gets, and I've given him what I could, and maybe now the little bit of snowball is getting started, and some real investigative reporter types will pick up on it, and some real law enforcement types. There's always been rumors of law enforcement investigations going on in Conecuh County, and Kent Hovind maybe being a subject. I hope there's some truth to that, and one of these days we'll wake up and he'll be all over the front page with bars in front of his mugshot.
Or in handcuffs being forced into a police car.
Yeah, the perp walk. Get a video, and let's see how it goes. Yeah. But I'd like to think that what little I've put out there is a good resource for those looking, and it pops up if you do Google searches from time to time, depending on your words you use, and you're welcome to it.
Well, thank you. We appreciate that.
Yeah, we've been going through a lot of your website the past few days.
Yeah. Thank you. If you got any questions, let me know.
I think Miss Parker wanted to get back in touch with you as well.
Yeah, she's mentioned a couple of times recently. I'm waiting for the call to see what she wants to do. I think she likes me for some reason.
She just likes everyone. She's got some big stuff going on though.
Yeah. Be sure to send Miss Parker my 2 Kent Hovind videos. I think she'll find those interesting. Actually, while Well, I'm thinking about that. Let me go ahead and find my channel link.
I'd recommend checking out Miss Parker. She's different and probably not at all like what some people tend to watch, but she did a deep dive into Kent Hovind. She still has her interview with Mr. Baty up, and you can also laugh at G-Man with us.
I haven't figured her out yet. She seems to be a little different when I'm talking to her than when I see her on her other shows.
That's because she has common decency to know not to be, vulgar around people who don't carry themselves
Yeah.
as vulgar. So I commend her there.
Yeah, if Miss Parker knows that people don't want or or more comfortable with like not as much language and stuff, she'll tone that
And
down.
and Robert, she did take the intro music out that you didn't like.
Yeah,
So
she was real receptive to my concerns. I appreciate that.
very
That's been my experience when dealing with atheists and those types. They don't really have any problem. It's kind of like most criminals. When you take them in the courtroom before the judge, they act a little differently.
Yeah.
And so it's part of the script or presentation, however you want to put it. If you have issues like that, it's hard to deal with. But I really haven't had much of a problem. I would guess all the shows where I've gone on with atheists, we haven't had that problem. Which is kind of interesting when it comes to Brett Keane. Kent Hovind has complained about profanity, and that's one of his rules: no profanity. And Brett King claims to be a Christian, and he's about as profane as any atheist. And like so many other things you might call him on, he says, "Well, I'm just a new Christian. I'm working on it."
Well, I think it's a little deeper than that with Brett. I think in his case, he's been around people who swear like sailors for so many years, and he spent so many years not putting a filter on his mouth that, it's just like, it's almost ingrained into him. It's really hard for him to basically scrub that out of himself, if you know what I mean.
Well, I was in the infantry, and I don't know if you guys know any infantrymen or have been around them talking, but I don't think anybody could pin me as an infantryman today by the way I speak. So I hear
Right.
what you're saying in defense of Brett, but at some point, if you're gonna carry this cross and call yourself a Christian, you've got to start making your life reflect that.
Yeah. And I've seen him try too. It's just, it's really hard for him.
Right. Well,
Kent, I think, has said when he was a teenager, he talked like Brett all the time too.
Yeah.
And then he became a Baptist, and it changed overnight to hear Kent tell it. So it's interesting to see the difference if you want to talk about that issue. But what I find curious is that Brett uses that excuse a lot. It's not just his profanity. He uses it a lot when he gets called on certain issues.
I don't think he likes Miss Parker very much either.
I think Brett kind of had a change of heart after that mega stream, and then he kind of really changed his position. But prior to that, Brett was promoting Miss Parker stuff and having her on and being cordial. Like, I don't know that he really loves her, but I know that a while back, maybe a few months ago, they had a pretty negative interaction where he played a video, illicit video on her interview and things like that. So, but the recent interactions I've seen is Brett has been like cool with her and saying, hey, actually citing her as one of the examples of every once in a while Brett will say, well, there's some good atheists out there,
Right.
That's one that he'll often list.
Well, that's good.
And all this talk about, interpersonal relationships between believers and non-believers, I think it really speaks to the passage I was sharing earlier, in that, you know, we're supposed to have a good rapport as Christians with to those without. And the great irony when concerning Kent and that is, you know, he'll complain about Cindy going on atheist channels. He'll complain about me going on atheist channels like it's some kind of carnal sin. But then in his video, Kent Hovind versus Mark Stoney, that he did on Brett's channel, he's saying Jesus was a friend of tax collectors and publicans and sinners. I'm a friend of sinners and publicans. And it's like, but you're sitting here telling everybody you're downing me and Cindy for going on atheist channels to speak to the people who pay the most attention to Kent Hovind. And you're going to say it's a bad thing, but you're going to turn around and say, well, I'm a friend of sinners. It's
To
such
justify
hypocrisy.
his Chris Jones relationship.
Yeah, it's such hypocrisy.
Well, and I think when it comes down to at least our little community with Miss Parker, the petty fam as it gets called, you know, we're not super concerned about people's religious beliefs. Like, you can believe what you want. We're here to have fun and laugh. And I think that's one of the big things with the Kent Hovind deep dive. It was like, yeah, we may not agree on certain subjects in this regard, but we're here to talk about the really questionable stuff that this man does and is involved in, because that's way more important than.
And of course, you get Kant's tired deflection. The real issue is evolution. The real issue.
Mm-hmm.
Stay focused. The real issue is evolution. And
Or his new one. You're all pedophiles. Yeah.
Right.
Well, I've seen that a lot recently where when Brett started to switch gears and TTOR did his expose, and then Brett changed his position based on speaking with Mary Toko and seeing TTOR, and he was starting to really call some things out, and a lot of minds were being changed during this period of time, and bringing people on, and once that was happening, you could see in the comment section, Kent Hovind, Matt Powell, Standing for Truth, there would be someone coming on revealing some really incriminating things, and they would start talking about evolution. They would start challenging people to an evolution debate. I think they did this to you, Sal, where it was like, oh, don't pay attention to what's on the screen right now. They start engaging in, we got to change the subject to evolution and start bringing up evolution. And I've really started to see that as, and then obviously, so Kent Hovind goes and he tries to do as many evolution debates as humanly possible, set the Guinness Book of World Records. And it makes sense because that's his distraction. That's how he changes the subject. That's what Matt Powell and Standing for Truth and those guys are doing. It's a deflection tactic.
Yeah.
Change the subject to scripture, change the subject to the Big Bang, or change the subject to evolution.
Or just throw out an ad hominem. Like the other day, I was commenting on, I think it was the debate, the last debate that Kent had with that young guy. I don't remember his name, but I showed up in the comment section and was asking some pointed questions. And here comes Standing for Truth. Shut up, Mark, you cowardly little man. Or like, go away, you cowardly little man. I'm like, dude, ad hom, really? That's all you got? I've got serious things I want to bring up.
Plus,
here.
you tried to confront Kent on Brett's channel, and Brett was willing to bring you on, but Kent was like,
Twice.
No,
Twice.
I can't face Mark Stoney face to face. No.
Right. Twice, 2 days in a row. And it was right after he said, I'll answer any of the critics.
Except for Mark Stoney.
Just one question at a time. And then Brett's like, would you mind having Mark Stoney? No. And you can see his eyes get big. And I'm not like trying to say I'm Kent's worst nightmare. I think Robert's already taken that title. But you can see his eyes get big when Brett mentions my name. He doesn't want to talk to me.
I picked up on that he seems to especially have a stronger reaction to Mark Stoney than a lot of people.
Right. And he'll go out and deny that I was ever a trustee, or deny that I was, one of his best helpers out there, by his own words. Because I mean, that's why he wanted me to come back for a month when I first visited, because I'm a hard worker. Whatever I put my hand to do, I do it with all my might. And Kent
Over
noticed that in me, and now all of a sudden I'm just this horrible person.
over time, a number of Kent's interviewers, typically atheists, when he went on their channels, would get around to asking him, "What about this Robert Baty fellow? Will you debate him?" And Kent always has some lame excuse. I'm not interested in the truth. I'm a plant, stuff like that. And, he deflects. And so I'm long suffering. I'd like to wait. And I think more people should ask him and get that into the record as to why, since he's still pushing his false legal narrative, he won't face me to discuss something as simple as structuring. One issue at a time. Let's start with structuring. I'd be glad to talk to Kent if he wants to choose a topic as well, evolution or something scientific, because he's already given up the scientific argument, according to his own admission. He has a position to throw up to criticize the opposition, but he has nothing to actually establish his case. And part of that plays into my history with Brett, which goes back a little before this current excitement that's been going on about Chris Jones and all of that. Back in December last year, 2021, Brett broadcast a Kent Hovind interview, and I happened to have it come up or show up somewhere and became aware of it. And so I volunteered with Brett to do a show with him to discuss that. And as is my custom, I said, "Brett, contact Kent and invite him to join us and document his answer." And he refused to do it. He made some lame excuses and stuff, but he refused to do it. And back during that same time frame, he posted a video, which I think he's now buried somewhere, taking it down, where he was complaining about Matt Powell. I'm not so sure at the time whether he knew that Matt Powell had moved in with Kent Hovind. And so he was blasting Matt Powell. And after looking at that and some other things, I realized he was upset at Matt Powell because Matt Powell wasn't promoting him the way he thought he deserved to be promoted.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
And then all of a sudden, it's as if Kent and Matt and Brett kissed and made up, and Brett's all over promoting Kent's Get Cindy Lincoln agenda, even though he was making like at times he was being fair and objective. I think in hindsight, we can see what he was doing was pushing Kent Hovind's agenda, and he never would. I haven't heard from him since. I don't think he likes me. But he's never indicated any interest in having me on to discuss anything of substance. In fact, just the other day, he made it clear he couldn't care less about Kent's tax problem. Taxes are bad. People get hurt because of taxes. And he let Kent Hovind push his false narrative without challenge. And he turns around and challenges Cindy Lincoln because she said something she didn't have 100% documentation on to put online or on the video. This is social media.
I think that Brett's agenda was not just to enforce Kent's narrative, though, because you can see there's kind of switching back and forth, because there was a point where Brett brought on Cindy and brought on the ex-wives. He's like, oh, like I don't, you know what I mean? Like it's kind of like,
That 5 hour stream we did last week, right? The one where Julia
well, I
was
mean, just
on.
when he first started bringing Cindy and the
Oh.
ex-wives things in, it was kind of like, I was shocked. I was like, oh, damn. Like, Brett is like going to that level. He's like, Kent is going to, because you know what? Okay, I want to share this. I don't know that, I'm trying to remember when that was. That was, well, it doesn't really matter. But there was a point where Brett had done a couple debates where he hosted a couple debates with Matt Powell, with Kent Hovind. And there was this point where Brett had interacted with Kent quite a bit, and Kent forgot Brett's name. And I saw how Brett Keane was affected by that. And he was like, he saw Kent as a friend, and he didn't even remember his damn name. And it wasn't too long after that that the ex-wives were on, and he was like, "Oh, you're gonna remember the name Brett Keane, motherfucker." That was what I felt he was doing. He was like, "Oh, you're not gonna pay attention to me. You're gonna forget Brett Keane. You're gonna remember the name Brett Keane for the rest of your fucking life." You know, that's what I felt. And then it was like, oh, and you might have noticed that after Brett started bringing Cindy Lincoln on, oh, Kent Hovind starts to warm up and say, "Hey, Brett, how you doing?" and coming and talking, and oh, suddenly he's available to come do a live stream all the time, and oh, you want to host another debate? Sure, I'm available. So it's I don't think it's a little more complicated than Brett just being on Kent's side. There's some back and forth going on with it.
And
Yeah,
honestly,
I'm sure I've got a simplified way of looking at it, but I think there's some substance to it. And I noticed also a number of times the last couple of months or 3 or 4 months, whenever, that Brett presents this image that somehow somebody elected him marriage counselor, and he was going to heal all these things up between Kent and Cindy.
Sure, yeah.
I mean, it was strange, and never got to the substance of the fact that they were never legally married, and he's still married to another woman.
well,
You know, it's not so,
we brought that up in the 5 hour live stream last week.
I brought that up. I got Mary to finally admit that she would have to file a legal divorce in order to remarry.
Yep, he's
yeah, and people are still talking about Cindy and Sandra as if there's a legal marriage. I think it's confusing things that people don't qualify their label if they want to refer to him as his wife or ex-wife. That's why I try to emphasize the context is he's still married legally to Mary Taco. And when you talk about Cindy and Sandra, don't just call them the wife or ex-wife without qualification. They're just people he's living with and pretending in a religious sense that they're married, but legally they're not. And Kent really wants to be able to exploit that. So when he wants to get rid of a woman, he can just send her away or run her off, and he's not at risk. They have no legal legal
Remedy.
rights. Yeah, under those circumstances.
And here's where I take such a huge issue with Kent in regards to the way he so flippantly treats his marriages. You know, marriage was set up as to show humanity what the relationship is supposed to be like between God and his chosen people. It's a covenant relationship. You know, you often hear people talk about marriage being a covenant relationship. Well, God entered into a covenant relationship with Israel. Well, the reason why divorce is such a bad thing is because it causes great harm. In any covenant, there's going to be, you know, positive consequences and negative consequences. You keep the covenant, you're part of that club, you're in, but if you break the covenant, you're out and you have to endure the consequences of that. So the reason God set up marriage is to reflect how serious that covenant relationship is, because he wants to have a covenant relationship with his people. So by symbology, he sets up marriage to show people how serious this is. And that's why, you know, he says men and when they come together, they're one flesh. They leave their father and their mother, they become one flesh. And Kent just takes that and completely abuses it and runs with it in a totally opposite direction to justify his relationships. And I think relationships would be a better a more accurate term than marriages, because he's not married. He was never married to Cindy. He was never married to Sandra. He was married to Joe legally. He was married to Mary legally. And another thing, going back to the scripture, you read about the weddings in scripture. The first wedding obviously would be Adam and Eve, and there was no ceremony, there was no government in place. But as you go on and societies develop, you come into more details about what a marriage and a wedding ceremony is. And essentially what it boils down to, you know, whatever culture you're in, you're supposed to submit to the higher authorities, and states have placed themselves, and God ordains governments. He says so. And the states have ordained marriage as a civil institution based on God's institution. So when Kent goes around having these church weddings, he's not following the civil ordinances set in place that were set up by God to validate these marriages. You know, there's got to be a ceremony, there's got to be a procedure, and we can take that from, you know, Jesus' very first miracle was at a wedding, and this wasn't, you know, just some offshoot of Judaism having their own special gazebo weddings, like Kent Hovind does, but it was a tradition. It was, you know, it was sanctioned. This was the custom of a marriage. This is symbolic in a way, and it was for a purpose, because God wants us to obey. You know, he wants us to honor the magistrates and civil government that's placed over us. And there's absolutely nothing unbiblical about governments perform or validating a marriage. There's nothing unbiblical about that at all. So for Kent to run around and have all these fake marriages, he's going against scripture, not only just the civil authorities, but scripture as well. So sorry about that rant. And I'm going to step away here for a minute because I got to tuck my baby girl in and say hi, Mackenzie, because people are saying that you haven't been seen or heard from.
Hi.
That's my sweet little girl right there.
Yep. Glad to hear she's fine, because I sure was worried, you know.
Oh, I bet you were. You know, Kent had all that to say about me. So, no, she's doing great. She really is. She's in her last full week of school. We're getting ready for summer break, so looking forward to that. But she's still got a early bedtime. It's a school night, so I got to go tuck her in. I'm just gonna mute my mic and I'll be back.
No problem.
All right.
Thanks, Mark. Hey, just real quick to go back to Brett Keane for a minute. I do think there was, you know, he went back and forth in terms of what side he thought was right, but there was a period of time there. Once TTR did his expose, I really honestly feel like Brett was being. I couldn't even believe how he managed to balance it. He was being so fair. I felt like he genuinely was being very impartial. He was having both sides. It seemed almost like an impossible balancing act, and it just all collapsed at one point. It was too much pressure. It just was too much frustration. But there was a period there where I saw a lot of this in detail. I was in almost all of those live streams and stuff. I don't know what Brett's doing right now. I don't understand his motivation, but I don't understand why he kind of seemed to have changed his position again. But for sure, there was a period there for a while where it was excellent. He was doing a great job, and I commend him on that.
My honest opinion is that 5-hour live stream we were all in, where Cindy was there, and Mary was there, and Mark was there, and Julia was there, and her husband was there, and then a couple other people like Deborah showed up. So much dark stuff about what goes on at DAL was brought up in that live stream. It was so overwhelming I don't think Brett could handle that much darkness all at once. And I think he just basically, in order to process, he had to basically pretend like it didn't exist, and he took down those videos.
Yeah, I think one of the other reasons I'm more critical, because of my history with Kent and seeing it play out, is that he would have Cindy on and other people on and people in the chat and all this stuff going on. And yet Kent was never put on with somebody to face him. He certainly never asked me to join one of his programs with Kent. He always let Kent come on and speak from his echo chamber without really being challenged on stuff, and then turning around and challenging everybody else when obviously they weren't able to document everything in a social media video. Uh, I just was not impressed that Keene was, as he claimed, trying to be some objective mediator that was going to fix things up if we'd only let him. I'm a little more critical than Adam for what that's worth. I understand. Yeah, you can casually go through the history and you think Brett's flip flopping and being objective, and look, he's bringing everybody on. But I'm not satisfied that it was that innocent at all.
Right,
Especially since, as I explained, the way he treated me when I tried to get him to come on his show, he wasn't about to let me on
I saw
and
that. I saw that.
document why Kent wouldn't come on with us.
So just to clarify, I don't think that. I mean, obviously, there's certain people like yourself. I noticed that. I picked up on that Brett was just not having anything to do with you. So I don't mean impartial to just everything that exists, but really like the fact that TTOR and myself were on there as co-moderators during that mega stream. I don't know what he said to you, TTOR, but I was tasked with. I was brought in there as someone. Brett knew my position on this. I was brought in there to ask hard questions, make sure people didn't escape and wiggle out, ask follow-up questions, look for contradictions on both sides. And Brett asked, like, when Brett would interview Kent during that short window of period of time where I felt like he was being especially fair, he would ask Kent a hard hitting question and he would ask a follow up question, and Kent would try to squirm out of it. And he would say, no, look, here's another question. Here's another follow up, and address this. He really was doing that for at least a period of time.
Mm-hmm.
And then everything changed where it was like, Brett's most recent stream was a fantasy show. It was nothing. It would pretend like nothing had happened.
Well, that's what lends credence to my theory that what he encountered in our last 5-hour stream together on this subject was so horrible that he couldn't handle it.
I don't think that that's the case at all. I really don't. I just know too much about it to know that I don't think that that's possible. That was why he did that.
I know. I mean, I got a pretty strong will and mind, and even I was slightly overwhelmed by all that information that was presented in that live stream, all of which was pretty dark. And yeah, he had a visible change in his demeanor over the course of the stream. I really do think it was too much for him. Because immediately after he took down all the streams, he posted a little video about how there's all this darkness in the world and on the internet, and we just need to, go outside and get some fresh air and see that everything's going to be okay. Yeah, I really think what he saw in that stream was so dark that he wasn't able to handle it. At least, not when it was happening anyway.
Maybe.
Because like you said, he was starting to take our side, and he was starting to answer the hard questions, and he was starting to, really get into all of the real evidence of what's going on at DAL. And yeah, I think he got overwhelmed.
Well, I know that before that stream, Brett was completely overwhelmed by all the questions, all the pressure on both sides, the phone calls, Kent calling him early in the morning, wake up, we got to do a live stream right away. talking with the wife, talking with the other wife, talking with this side, talking with that side. He just was completely burnt out on it. We both of us missed a night of sleep, and it was just he was getting so much criticism from so many sides that even before that stream, he was just at his wit's end. It was too much.
Yeah, I
to
remember
deal
you
with.
saying something about that before. Yeah, which I can see how that would do the trick too. I think
Yeah.
all of it combined is what led to his privating of all those videos.
I think that's the privating of the videos. I think that the main motivation on Brett's part for that, and just saying I'm through with this for this, the most part, really is just exhaustion and the pressure. There was too much pressure. It was too much exhaustion. The strongly taking Kent's side though part, that's not just from hearing about the femur bones and stuff. This is because of something else that is curious.
Yeah, I do admit it is weird that he would take Kent's side after all the crap he's seen me expose and that Mark Stoney's exposed. And go ahead.
One of the things I documented some time ago, which I thought was interesting, that might fit in here somewhere, is Brett made a statement about the fact that he is an old Earth creationist, and he didn't understand the fringe groups like Kent who didn't accept mainstream science. I would have liked to have seen Brett and Kent deal with that difference between them. If I hadn't seen that, I might have gotten the impression or kept the old impression I had that Brett was with Kent on the age of stuff.
Yeah.
But apparently Brett is not.
No.
And I haven't heard Kent address that difference between them.
No, because Brett is very honest about his independent thoughts on certain things. Like he's almost like he's even identified at some points as a Maltheist. He feels that if you really take the Bible at its word, God is evil for doing some of these punishments and stuff. He doesn't believe that. He doesn't believe in a hell, fire, punishment, and things like that. So I don't know. Brett. I think Brett is more complex than people make him out to be. He's not just there's some subtlety to Brett. Like there is some nuance there where it's like Brett's not just trying to people please and all these things. It's like there's no social reason why Brett would just be like, nope, I believe that the Earth's way older than that. Nope, I think it's hellfire. Like I think it's Maltheism. Like he's not getting any points for that. You know what I mean? So Brett does. He does have a nuance to some of his stuff.
Yeah, and that's also why I've turned down making video responses to many of the theological differences between me and Brett, because one, he does have a lot of nuance to his worldview, and two, even though he's an old earther, he is sympathetic towards young earth creationism. That's one of the reasons he likes me, is that he finds my videos on young earth creationism to be really persuasive and good as far as the scriptural arguments go. And so yeah, and plus, I have, you could say this is a foolish belief, but I do believe that when it comes to theological stuff like that, I think Brett over time can eventually come around. I just think he's got a lot of issues and stuff going on inside his head and heart that make it very difficult for him to get to the position that I'm at, or that like Mark Stoney is at, or something like that.
I also do remember one of his videos, what I call the woe is me videos, that he indicated that maybe he had gotten in over his head. Like you've been saying, I think that's probably the case. He got in and hasn't really figured out how to get out yet.
I was just going to say, I remember him putting out a video, one of the ones he recently privated, where he basically talked about how Cindy Lincoln by herself threw so much information at him regarding Kent and his shenanigans that he was overwhelmed just from her. So, I can only imagine what it was like in that live stream last week when there's 6 to 8 people throwing out that kind of stuff and stuff he didn't know before all at once. So I imagine he was very overwhelmed.
That's one of the reasons why I try to keep things simple in that, you get 6 or 8 people and go all night, you're going to have a mess on your hands. And so you go back to 2 primary issues, I think, maybe 3 if you include the Chris Jones issue. But Kent's a convicted domestic abuser.
Yeah.
What are you going to do with that? Well, the case is on appeal. Nobody else was there. You can chatter about it all you want. Maybe he'll win his appeal, maybe he won't. And regardless of what happens on appeal, everybody can form their own opinion as to whether he was guilty or not.
Mm-hmm.
That's in the works. You don't need to talk a whole lot about it, but people will. But it's really very simple. Kent was convicted. It's on appeal. Let's see what happens. The other is Kent, Cindy gave him tons of money and she wants it back. How much should she get back? There's a way that could be resolved, and it isn't the way they're doing it.
Mm-hmm.
They need to both get attorneys and have their attorneys work out a settlement. Short of that, Cindy's going to have to sue for it, and that'll take years, likely. And she may or may not ever get that going.
Yeah.
And you can fuss about how much you think Kent owes her back. I think he owes her back a bunch of money.
At least as much as she put in, if not more.
Yeah. Anyway, those are the two fundamentals I would try to bring everybody back to. Then you can go off. You can deal with the Zaire thing, which is an ongoing issue. We either find out and the authorities get involved or not. I wouldn't quibble too much about what happened in the bedroom. Nobody was there except Chris and the boy, and we're not likely to get their direct testimony and cross-examine them.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing with the women, why are so many people putting up with Kent living with this woman he's not married to legally when he's legally married to somebody else?
Mm-hmm.
Why are people patronizing him in that? Many have suggested he not be given a platform. Creation versus evolution is a pretty small issue when it comes to Kent Hovind, and yet Kent has it blown up as to the issue, and he's still got people wanting to go toe to toe with him and put on a show.
Well, it's been his bread and butter for decades, as far as how he gets his name, and. Yeah, for him, it is a small issue because of all the criminal stuff going on around him and with him. But for others like me, Young Earth Creationism is a pretty big deal. I would argue it's actually the most important issue in all of reality because everything ultimately flows from your beliefs on origins. But for Kent, like we've been saying, like you've been saying, Young versus Old Earth is, in Creation versus Evolution, is just something he uses to distract people from all of his shenanigans.
Yeah, Kent would have you believe that's all he's about, dinosaurs. But you look at his history and you get behind the camera and, he spent 40 years not filing tax returns, building up his sovereign citizen theology, wanting to be an incubus in society, in effect. And the fact he preaches young earth creationism and not very well is a minor point.
Mm-hmm.
He's got some real problems, and he apparently has no interest in straightening them out yet.
Unfortunately, that seems to be the case. Well, anyway, while we're all kind of on the low end here, I think I'm going to go ahead. You guys aren't going to be able to see it because of OBS, but I'll put the link to it in the description box. I'm going to talk a little bit about the YouTube alternative I recently started called Quarter.
I think I will resign for the evening.
Thanks for coming on.
A little bit longer than I usually like to go in such appearances. I appreciate being on and look forward to seeing what kind of response you get. Thank
Well,
you.
Good seeing you again.
You're welcome. Thanks for coming
Thanks for your
on,
time,
Robert.
Robert.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Have a good night.
Good to see you,
Peace.
Robert.
Ooh, excuse me. Anyway, so I put the link in the description box for the people in the room to look at on their own. But for those of you who are actually watching the live stream, what you're seeing on screen right now is called Quarter. It's a YouTube alternative that I started and launched for the world to check out like a week ago. Basically, it's not a secret at this point. It's been going on for years. YouTube engages in a lot of shenanigans when it comes to censorship, whether it be censoring search results in their search engine, censoring comment sections, censoring videos, banning channels, false copyright strikes, demonetizing people for no legitimate reason. There's a whole bunch of issues that we could frankly spend the next 5 years talking about as far as this kind of stuff that YouTube engages in that would cause someone like me to want to make an alternative to YouTube in the first place. But I think the thing that is most important here as to why I made Quarter is basically I wanted to get back to what YouTube was like from its origin to about 2010, 2012. I wanted basically old YouTube, a place where you had premium features and functionality while still having that kind of freedom that creators grew accustomed to having, being able to talk about whatever you want, to do whatever you want as long as it doesn't violate some kind of law. It's whether it be ASMR or vlogs or gaming or podcasting, religion, news, politics coverage, whatever you want to do, it's a-okay. That's the way YouTube used to be and no longer is. And so that's what I wanted to do with Quarter, which Quarter, as you can see, is very similar in terms of user interface to YouTube. Even if you open up a video on Quarter, for example, you'll see that on the player skin, there's actually the YouTube play button as the play button on the player skin, which I decided to roll with kind of as a, both as an insult to YouTube and also as a way to get people to click on the videos when they appear on websites and blogs and social media posts as embeds and whatnot. People will think for a brief second, it's a YouTube video. And they'll click it and they'll realize, wait, this is Quarter. This is different. I wonder what else is on this site. And so I made Quarter to be like YouTube used to be years ago. And I've actually got told by people who first looked at it, Justin, when I first was looking at this, I thought I was on YouTube for a second. But now I can see now it's not. It's actually your own thing. It's pretty cool. As a matter of fact, if you're watching this stream tonight, what you're seeing is that we're actually using one of the meeting rooms on Quarter and capturing it with OBS in order to produce the stream that I am. One of the things that the A Video project, which is what I use to make Quarter, one of the things it has is like this thing called Jitsi Meet. It's basically an open source version of Google Hangouts. Years ago, YouTube used to have this thing where you could create a little Google Hangout room that was tied to your channel, and you could bring people in like we are now, and you could live stream to your channel with it like we are now, or you could just use it for video conferencing like you can with this thing. A lot of people really liked that part of YouTube back in the mid-2010s when it was a feature, and I thought, man, I should bring that back, especially since something already exists that has that. And so those are some pretty substantial reasons why you should use Quarter. It is a video sharing site, and there's a lot of alt-tech video sharing sites that have popped up in the last 5 years, but most of them have gone the same route as YouTube as far as having draconian community guidelines, AI censorship systems, even in some cases policies that say they can censor you and punish you even if your video and content doesn't violate their community guidelines or their terms of service. So I wanted to create an alt-tech site that was a true alternative to YouTube that actually encompasses everything YouTube used to be about, but no longer is in the business of. Quarter is a place where you can literally broadcast yourself. And so that's why I felt I should take the time here to show this to all you guys who are watching the live stream, and why I gave the link to it to the people in the room so that they can check it out for themselves. Quarter obviously is very small at this point. Not a lot of people using it, But the more people who use it and put content on there and promote it, the bigger it will get. And eventually, over time, Quarter can become a big site to the tune of millions of users on the site, and then tens of millions of site visits every month in terms of web traffic. That can happen if enough people get on and promote it often enough. So anyway, just wanted to take the time out of the stream to do that. I had planned on doing it earlier, but frankly, our conversations were so engrossing that I kind of forgot about it. So, yeah, there's that.
Hey, Justin, is there a comments section for those watching?
Oh yeah, Quarter has comments, just like Joshu TV does.
So what are we on right now?
Well, we are in a Quarter meeting room that I set up that I am using OBS to screen capture so I could put some overlays over it.
Okay, because you sent me a link to Joshu. We're on right now. We're on Quarter and Joshu.
Well, it's confused. Well, I was gonna originally stream to Quarter as well, but I had a little problem with OBS, and so I had to stream to Joshu TV with it.
Okay.
Quarter itself is my baby. It's the one I founded. My friend Josh is the one that founded Joshu TV. It was the only thing working at the moment as far as live streaming goes, so that's what I went
But
with.
if somebody's watching live right now, do they have a way of commenting in real time as it's going?
Well, on Joshu TV, yes, and the same thing is available on Quarter. There's a chat module on the right-hand side that either is already up or you have to click the little chat box to open it. You can not only leave comments there, you can also post pictures.
Okay. Oh, nice. Post pictures. That's something that would be nice for YouTube to catch on to.
Yeah, it's basically like a... It's not quite... It's a little bit more than a chat system, you know? I mean, if you really sat around and played around in it, you'd realize, wow, there's actually a lot of different things you can do with this chat module. Whereas on YouTube, it's literally just a chat module, and there's nothing else to it.
Well, speaking of limitations and issues with YouTube, I was just checking my YouTube channel, and I just got a strike for something, content thing.
Which one did you get a strike for?
Well, it wasn't anything related to Kent Hovind, but it was the timing of it is suspicious. So I'm a little
little bit of that false flag campaign, huh? Oh, and
I do have some false flag vibes that I'm feeling right now, so I might kind of be a little more careful and maybe privatize some videos just to be safe.
Yep. And you can always put them on Quarter, too, because I run the thing, and my friend Josh is hosting the site with his hosting company. He already has been made aware by me of all the kinds of stuff like this that happens as far as Kent Hovind critics are concerned. So if they actually do try to like get us deplatformed in terms of Quarter, he's going to tell them to take a flying leap.
Hey, can you guys see my screen share? I've got up here an email that I referenced this email to you, Adam, when we were on your channel earlier.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So yeah, this is that email. IT department. That is Steve Lynn. So that's the email that's referencing Paul Hansen and Chris Jones on a four-wheeler. Would you like me to read it? Or
yeah, go ahead and read it out loud.
All right. So this is from Steve Lynn. This was a group email that had been going back and forth, kind of discussing all the drama stuff, and Steve was being questioned at this point, so he's deflecting. He says, "I'll throw one at you. The very first boot camp, I and another witness saw Paul Hansen and Chris Jones drive off into the Northwoods at DAL with a young boy from a family that was visiting, all on the same four-wheeler. What were you doing, Paul? Because the other witness who saw it asked me that very question. I did not know what to say. I shook it off because I thought no way would something bad be happening. It has always haunted me. I think Paul Hansen is a little more than meets the eye." And again, that's from Steve Lynn.
Mr. Drug Addict and Alcoholic and Revenge Pornographer himself.
Yes.
Same dude, huh?
and that email was June 25th, 2021. So we're looking at about a year ago.
No wonder Kenthoven gives him everything he wants.
That would explain a lot.
Because that was one of my theories, actually, is that the reason why Kent basically lets people like Chris Jones and Steve do whatever they want is because they have some kind of dirt on each other. Like they know.
Yeah, and I brought that up in a conversation that Adam and I were having. There was an incident when there was a drug test that was being administered because Kenny and Timmy had been accused of smoking pot at Steve's house. Well, they came to Dinosaur Adventure Land stoned, and basically everybody knew. So there was a drug test, and Steve is the one that administered this drug test. Well, the two drug tests for Kenny and Timmy, Steve had placed them in his pocket and was like trying to cover for him because he knew that they were positive because they had smoked at his house just the day before, actually. And anyway, not everybody, but a lot of people were asked to take a drug test. I took a drug test. Steve refused to take one, and he was the one administering. But that was an issue because the problem was that they were smoking at Steve's house.
Mhm.
That was the accusation, and both of them came forward the next day and said, "Yes, it's true. We were smoking. We were at Steve's house. That's where we got it." So we had this big long meeting the next day, and everybody is like, "Steve, why won't you take a drug test?" And of course, he's just getting livid. He didn't want to hear that. Steve
Mhm.
does not like being challenged. He freaks out.
Mhm.
So, and then Kent finally was like, "Yeah, Steve, you need to take a drug test because the accusations are that these two smoked pot at your house and they got it from you." And Steve quit. He quit. He threw his hands up. He says, "I'm done with this place. I'm done with all you people." Flipped everybody the bird and stormed out of the room. Well, Kent sends me to Steve's house to retrieve the ministry property, like the computers, all of that stuff. And me and Jonathan Rife get in Kent's van and drive over to Steve's house, which is like 5 miles away. And this is the house that Cindy owned, and Steve was renting from Cindy.
Mm.
So I go up to the door and I knock on the door, and Steve is there, but he didn't open the door. And once he figures out it's me and what I'm there for, he tells me I better leave his property or face the consequences. And then he said he was going to shoot me. And I left. I went back to the van. I said, "Well, Jonathan, he threatened to shoot me. I'm going to call Kent and tell him to come handle it." So I called Kent, and Kent shows up with Cindy. And Steve comes out to talk to Kent, and Steve is just cussing Kent up and down, just dogging him for like 20 minutes straight. And then eventually Kent calls Ernie, and Ernie's talking to Steve, and Steve calms down, and then this whole thing is just over. It ended. That was it. Kent walks by me and says, "All right, it's settled. It's all done. We're not going to talk about it anymore. It's over." And Steve was reinstated right then and there. And I'm just bewildered. I'm dumbfounded because not only had this guy quit, flipped everybody off, threatened to kill me, cuss out Kent for 20 minutes, but now it's all good. It's all fine. Nothing. When we're not going to talk about it anymore. And I asked Steve, I'm like, "What the hell is this? What just happened?" And he's telling me this story about there's some kind of something that he knows that the board has made him sworn to secrecy, and that he's not supposed to talk about it, and that he's not even supposed to be mentioning it to me. So he just told me to forget all about it, and then he clammed up. So there is some kind of secret between them that they cover for each other, which ironically enough, in recent days, I believe Kent has come out publicly and said that Ernie's no longer a part of the ministry. Steve is no longer a part of the ministry.
I think it's
Brady's no longer.
Byron Brady. I thought was the other guy, and Steve was
Yeah,
the
Brady
second.
Byram. Yeah. those guys were no longer a part of the ministry. But um, Ernie was the financial director for CSE. But if you go look into the filings now, it's no longer Ernie, it's Chris Baker, and he's been the one doing these bonus tours, behind the scenes, whatever DAL videos recently. So I take from that Ernie's also out of the picture now too.
That is interesting.
Yeah.
Why would Ernie be? Is he like getting out of Dodge before the crap hits the fan? I mean, what's going on with
Well,
that?
so Ernie and I always had a little bit of a rocky relationship because I'm not one to just be quiet and listen to somebody tell lies. And even I applied that to Kent as well. And when Kent would butcher Bible verses or completely take them out of context, I'd call him out on it. And a lot of that had to do with my theological leanings because I'm a Calvinist, and Kent hates Calvinism, hates it. If you're a danger to society if you're a Calvinist, but whatever. That's not what this discussion is about.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm an enemy of Kent's in a sense because I don't agree with his theology, and Ernie labeled me as a rebel. And when it came around to the meeting that Cindy referenced when we were out at the picnic table and she ran away crying, that's when I got a big target painted on my back because Ernie had said, we're not going to have any more meetings about this. This is over. The whole drama between Steve and everything, because this was just a cascading effect of the drama that Steve brought. And that meeting was supposed to settle it all, but it really wasn't. And Ernie had said no more meetings before that meeting. If you're caught doing these meetings again, you're going to be kicked out. Well, Kent calls this meeting. I'm in the kitchen playing board games with my daughter, and Kent barges in and says, I need you to come out here right now. This is important. We need to have this meeting to settle this. And basically all it was Kent telling Cindy to shut up and getting Ernie to tell Cindy to shut up and not listening. And then Kent closed with a prayer. And it wasn't a prayer, it was just more of Kent airing his grievances against Cindy. Like just saying, Cindy is this horrible person, God, please help change her. And after, enough, Cindy had enough. She got up and stormed out and ran away. So I had a target painted on my back because I was a part of that meeting that was never supposed to happen. And Ernie took it that I was instigating some kind of a rebellion. But I'm like, no, Ernie, Kent called this meeting. I was only there because Kent took me away from the time I was spending with my daughter to have this meeting. I didn't want any part of it. But yeah, from then on, Ernie was looking for a way to get rid of me because I always just happened to be a part, like in some way. And it wasn't by my own will. It wasn't that I wanted to be a part of Steve's drama. It's that I just noticed things. I mean, I'm aware. I am, one of the things that Kent said about me that's true. I am diagnosed with PTSD. And part of that is what's called hypervigilance. So I can't even help it, but I'm always scanning, always looking, always just trying to figure out what is going on around me. And I'm just hyper aware of situations around me. So I was always keen on what was going on with Steve because he's a sketchy guy. And I had already pegged him for somebody that was full of crap. So yeah, I was sort of at the center of all the drama with Steve, and Ernie would point that out, and I had a target on my back. So there was many conversations about kicking me out. But Kent would always come to my defense because he liked my work ethic. I was a hard worker. I'd get out there and just do what he wanted done. And also at this point, I had kept my mouth shut about Zaire because Kent had said, if anybody talks about this anymore, you're gone. You're packing your bags, you're leaving. So I just kind of knuckled under and put it out of my mind and didn't really think anything of it until I was out, until I was gone. And even then, it probably took me 6 months of just detoxing from Kent Hovind and all the brainwashing that I had been through to realize, like, everything just started coming together, and I'm like, oh shit, Zaire, I have to say something. I can't keep this. I cannot keep this to myself. I just can't. And it ate me up, and it ate me up, and then that's when I came out and started talking about the Zaire stuff and the
Mark,
Christians. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I was distracted for a minute, so you may have already gone through this, but just in case you didn't, there was an incident where Steve threatened to shoot you.
Yeah, I did go over that.
Oh, you did. Okay.
That was when Kent sent me to Steve's house after he quit to retrieve like the tech gear, the
ministry
computers.
stuff.
Yeah, the ministry.
Okay, cool.
property.
So you guys covered that. Great.
Yeah.
Well,
But
my channel is under attack.
In saying that, Steve's defense there is that I never saw a gun. There's no proof that he had a gun, but he told me he was going to shoot me. So, and I knew he had guns.
There was no gun.
There was no gun. I was joking when I said I'm going to shoot you through my door. So,
what were you going to say though, Adam?
No,
I think he just wanted. I think he just wanted to make sure I touched on that too. And
on that. And it looks like my channel is under attack of a false flagging campaign. I'm privatizing a lot of my videos. I'm going to keep up the stuff that I have about this situation though.
Okay.
And I don't know. I actually kind of want to find just a better place to put some of this content because it's not really. It's not my main channel is not a good spot for it, and it's people are obviously trying to erase it.
A spot for all your content or just your non
just the past couple the Kent Hovind stuff, the Chris Jones
just on a purely technical note there, is your channel a YouTube channel?
Yeah.
Okay, so there are other repositories like say Rumble.
Well, what I'm saying is I don't know.
No, I'm just pointing that out just to protect you and your content.
Well, that's specifically, this is another reason why I made quarter.tv is for you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I'm talking to Adam, but yeah.
There is quarter and then there's Rumble. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
There's other options.
And Joshua TV is another good one. It's basically like quarter, but, run by a different person who believes a lot of the same things I do about freedom and not being silenced by evil people. So, yeah, You can't go wrong with quarter or Joshua.
Yeah, YouTube lets some questionable stuff up.
Oh, yeah. So, does anybody have any more questions for me? I know I've made a lot of claims and I've said that I've got the evidence. So if there's anything you guys want to see, anything I can show you that can support any of the claims and the stories that I've told, I'd be more than happy to. It might take me a second to gather it all, but yeah, if there's anything, just give me a list.
And we've talked on email and I'm at risk of duplicating some work, but other people's work. But at this point, I guess it's the more voices that are heard on the, on the internet sphere, the better. I am trying to collect and distill kind of much shorter stuff because I do think a time will come when the reporters will be looking, and
yeah.
Because I tried to be really succinct, and sometimes when Cindy and Mary get on their show, they're relating kind of their gripes, and that's just only natural,
right?
But what ended up happening is when TTOR here was doing the thing on Chris Jones, I said, "This is if you can distill it to something within a few sentences, you're going to be a lot more effective." Because it was getting lost. So much of this is getting lost in the details. And I think like the work that Coyote and Mrs. Parker are doing is they're doing a lot of investigations. Once we can get those documents, it starts to be really powerful. So, and then things that people can relate to. I don't think, even though Robert Baty's technically right about structuring. A lot of people don't relate to that. But when TTOR came out about
The Chris
you know,
Jones
Class B
stuff.
felony, I'm just like, oh, boom, you know, my eyes
yeah.
just, yeah, stuff like that starts to register.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, all the Chris Jones Zaire stuff that Kent Hovind described literally fit that law.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I go with that. I go with the documents that show conviction of. We could at least say, okay, 59, 58 counts. You know, you could say tax evasion. What was the other? Obstruction of justice.
Yeah, obstruction of justice.
And then civil penalties now in the multi-millions.
Convicted wife beater. Yeah.
Yeah, and it starts at and Christians to say he's a good man. I'm just like, okay, you know, what do you have with him? I said, okay, first off, you're married to 4 different women, or at least you say so. In the space of 5 years, you're representing yourself as a man of God. Doesn't that raise at least a little bit of concern?
Right.
That's one. And then now potentially a Class C felony, whether they prosecute it or not. But this is starting to pile up. And I got to tell you, I'm sensing that Kent's defenders are not feeling too comfortable now because we're starting to have a very succinct attack. I could spout this off in 3 minutes now. And Robert Baty just gave me some really good ammunition. So what these shows do is kind of flesh out. It's like, where's your evidence? And it's like, well, now you want the evidence. It's all laid out here. You'd have to.
Right.
But it's starting to be really biting. And there's some details like I didn't know about, like you Mark, getting threatened, getting shot. Of course.
Oh, and you know, that's not the only death threat I've received from the Hovind camp. Actually, there was another guy there, Freddie, who I was really close with, or at least I thought. But when I first started speaking out against Kent, or specifically, I was only talking about Zaire at first. I just wanted Kent to come clean about, you know, where the boy went, what happened to him, tell the truth, because I was getting the runaround. Freddie called me and threatened to come to where I live and kill me. So the threat from Steve was not the only threat that I got, and of course Kent has.
Who is
that? Freddie. He's the camp cook.
The current camp cook.
Yes, he's got 5 kids there too.
Yeah.
Somebody doesn't want to be in their kids' lives in the future, apparently.
Well, didn't Steve threaten to murder Mary Toko as well?
I don't know about that.
He threatened Cindy. He threatened Cindy because that was the whole gun in the pants joke that Kent was joking about.
No, but there was another thing that I saw. I can't remember the channel. It was philosophical something that they were on.
Inspiring philosophy.
There you go. Yeah. I could have sworn I haven't watched the whole thing, but I could have sworn that I guess so. This is just my recollection. Is that Mary Toko shared an incident where I thought it was Steve, so I should be careful about what I'm saying here. But she says something about someone was threatening either her or Cindy to burn them to death.
No, it wasn't Steve. It was someone that what it was someone had threatened her, and then Ken just said, oh, the guy's arrested and he's taken care of, and it wasn't. And she said that was one of the first lies. She started to get very concerned, and
yeah, okay.
She just wanted
I know what you're talking about. I remember that.
Oh, well, if Mark knows, he could probably elaborate.
No, I remember the conversation on that video. I wasn't around when Mary Toko was there, so I came to Dinosaur Adventure Land not long after Mary left.
You know, as I hear all this, it's like this. You know, the more I hear this, it's just like this is definitely not a place you want to bring your kids.
Yeah.
Also bordering on the Guinness Book of World Records for world's largest dumpster fire.
It
That's
really
saying
is.
something considering some of the ones I've seen.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, when you look at all the different elements that are going into what's going on at DAL, it's the world's biggest dumpster fire. There's just so much is going there that's just downright illegal and criminal, and
Yeah.
if not those things, at least highly immoral. I mean, there's just so much of it going on. It's like, is there anything good there?
You're wondering
And
when it's gonna stop.
I kind of want to throw this out there, and this isn't to justify anything that's been going on as far as, the past several decades of Kent Hovind, but it is true that he's been having strokes. He's been having these transient ischemic attacks. It's essentially a mini stroke, where he'll completely lose his memory in the moment. Like, he won't know where he is, he won't know where he's going, he'll forget your name. It's gotten pretty bad. I personally witnessed a couple of these myself, and supposedly it's still going on.
Hmm.
So maybe there's some senility playing into this. But either way, even if that is the one and only cause for all this drama going on now, it's still justification to stop him, because even if he's not doing this cognitively and intentionally, it's still being done.
Oh,
So something's gotta give.
so Mark, there one question that and this is kind of more on the mundane side. I mean, what's the traffic flow? I mean, how many people go through Dinosaur Adventure Land, like say in a year, and how many people live there?
Well, as far as how many people live there, I've been there when there was only a dozen people, and I've been there when there was probably 30 or 40. So
Wow.
and they have a lot of cabins. They have a lot of bunk space, so they can really hold quite a few people. Um, what was the other part of your question?
What's the flow of
Oh
tourists?
yeah, the
Tour,
visitors.
visitors, yeah.
Well, it's kind of pathetic, honestly. There are some groups that go through there every now and then, and the biggest thing as far as traffic at Dinosaur Adventureland during my time there was Kent would do these he would open up to the public for fishing, and he would have these fishing tournaments, and they always had pretty good turnout, but they didn't have anything to do with, Kent or Dinosaur Adventureland. They just came to fish
Right.
because this was their fishing spot. This was it's Pearl Lane Hangout. This is where the locals went for years to just fish and ride their four wheelers and hang out. So Kent opens it up to the local community for a fishing tournament. Of course, all these people are going to come in and fish, and they caught some big fish. They sure did. But yeah, that was the busiest times by far.
So I mean, like say a normal tourist attraction would have some estimate of the traffic. Are we talking like 1,000 people, 2,000 throughout the year, 3,000? I mean, did you ever hear a number floated around?
Throughout the years, sure, but throughout the year, no, I don't think there was 1,000 people there. Not even close. I'd be surprised if it was more than 300 or 400
I
for an
mean,
entire year.
oh, you mean cumulatively for the whole year?
Yep, that's what he just said.
Yeah, like you want to get into the thousands, maybe for the entire duration of Dinosaur Adventureland, sure, but
Wow.
year by year,
Okay. This is giving me a picture of like, oh my goodness, he's not drawing too many people.
Nope.
no, it's a
You know,
front. It's there's I mean, living there was nice because you're just out in the woods, but visiting there is not that special because you're just out in the woods.
how do people find out about him? Is it
The YouTube,
through the okay?
yeah.
So does he go on speaking tours anymore and draw big crowds?
No.
They've pretty
No.
much blackballed him as far as that goes, because he used to be on those kind of tours before he went to prison in 2006.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think Robert Baty's actually been pretty instrumental in keeping those engagements to a minimum, because whenever Kent announces that he's going to be speaking somewhere, Robert Baty will go and talk to the pastor or the deacons and say, "Hey, look, you need to look into him a little more." And that's I believe how by and large he's been blackballed even from the Christian community.
I know this will sound mean, but I just what you just told me, I wanted to say praise the Lord.
Yeah.
I know that seems so unsporting, but
it's not. It's not, because
I just ache.
Yeah.
And so this whole thing about, oh, look at all the people he's converting, and I'm all just like,
converting to
Sal,
what?
Repeating that.
Sal, listen, I have personally witnessed Kent Hovind baptize a girl who told everybody at Dinosaur Adventure Land that Eminem, Slim Shady, Marshall Mathers, one of the most vile and profane rappers of our day, was Jesus incarnate, and the only reason he was so profane was to win over unbelievers. And Kent baptized this girl.
Man, with that line of reasoning, you could justify anything.
Yeah, he'll baptize anybody. He doesn't counsel. He doesn't, there's no discipleship. It's, you want to get baptized? All right, let's do it.
In the water you go. Have fun. Be on your merry way.
That's even a little wild for me to hear. Holy moly.
Well, you see, this is why I'm being so enlightened. I'm getting a totally different picture. Okay, because Sandra Hovind I was on the same show as her, and she's saying, "Oh, it's such a wonderful place, and all these people are getting to be here." And I thought there was a huge traffic flow.
Well, if you would have talked to me in early 2019 or late 2018, I would have been right there saying the same thing. It's a great and wonderful place, and still to this day, I will tell you that I enjoyed my time there. I'm an outdoorsy type. I like having room to roam and that freedom. So that was great if that's what you're looking for. But if you're going for quality Christian creation teaching, there's better places to go. Go to Ken Ham's place.
I personally like the ICR's Discovery Center.
Yeah,
I was there this past January.
All right.
I was surprised.
But yeah, there's a lot of other places to go. Even Eric's ministry is better than what Kent has rebuilt. The God Quest thing. And there's just so many options. But that goes back to, you're surprised to hear that Dinosaur Adventure Land doesn't have very much traffic. I don't think it's ever meant to be.
Right.
I think that Dinosaur Adventure Land is a front. It's just a front so that Kent and his cronies can get away and do whatever they want and be able to say, well, we're Christians and we have this summer camp and we have this big community.
We have this theme park and we're all about creation versus evolution, shaving shoals.
Right. So if you want to buy into that, I would challenge you to go over the years of Kent's broadcast when he brings people from his crew on camera or whenever he pans his camera across the audience, it's a revolving door. It's not the same people. And the same people that have been there, like your Freddie and, well, goodness, I don't think anybody's been there as long as Freddie. They don't even go to the Bible studies. They don't even go to the YouTube programs. They stay at home.
See, I'm getting a totally even I'm just starting to be enlightened on the real picture of things, because you would think the way that his following, like SFT and the rest on YouTube, like he's just this great evangelist, and this is sounding like a real has-been that has a really sordid past and people are figuring it out.
Yeah.
And I got to tell you too, SFT's reputation's going down the tubes too. He may get subscribers.
I made a comment in the debate that Kent had with that young gentleman the other day. I don't even remember what I said, but Standing for Truth chimed in and he said, "Why don't you just go away, you cowardly little man?"
And I kept seeing that. I'm just like, what's going on here?
It's like,
I mean, I saw it on Brett's channel. I'm sorry.
Yeah. And it's like, what did I say to you? I used to be your friend, man. We used to chat and chum it up in the comments.
But
And like we haven't even had a discussion, and he's just gonna come out and call me a cowardly little man. Like, you don't know me.
Well, all he
Not like
needed
that.
to know, all he needed to know is that you just agreed with Kent Hovind on stuff, and that makes
well,
you
you
bad.
know what, Mark? First off, I need to thank you for your service. Being an
I appreciate that.
infantryman, you're not a cowardly man, sir.
I appreciate that. I know I'm not a coward. I mean, I'm not perfect, but I know I'm not a coward.
Yeah, and I'm going to defend your reputation for that. And I take it you had PTSD because you had some battlefield experience.
Yeah, I'm a combat vet. I've
There you
been
God bless you.
engaged with the enemy. And that's another thing. That's
Yeah, yeah.
another low down slanderous thing that Kent did. He went on Brett's show in that Mark Stoney versus Kent Hovind and was saying that I was kicked out of the military for mental issues, that I wasn't honorably discharged. And if I was honorably discharged, then it meant something else. And I've got my DD 214 right here. And it says clear as day in the box under character of service, honorable.
God bless you, sir.
And
See,
Kent tries to say that there's only 3 ways you can get out of the military, but that's not true. It's not true. There are 8 different discharges, and there are no caveats for honorable. There is honorable. There's honorable other than honorable. I could name them all if I had it pulled up in front of me, but I don't. But there's 8 different characterizations of discharge, and they all mean. And there is a medical discharge. There's a Section 8 discharge. There's all kinds of discharges for what Kent is saying I was, but I wasn't. I was honorably discharged.
See that sort of name calling is just, you being called a cowardly man by SFT.
And a white supremacist. Let's not forget that. Kent called me a white supremacist, said I had affiliations with Aryan nations. I'm not.
Oh my
and I can explain that because I had a friend that I went to Iraq with that I was really close with in the Army. He was my battle buddy. When we got back from Iraq, he went that route, the Aryan nations, white supremacist stuff. He has since walked away from it, but I never went that way. He was my friend. I actually broke fellowship with him for many, many years over this stuff. I didn't want to be a part of it. He did, and he since walked away from it. But Kent's going to come out and say because I had a friend that was Richard Spencer's bodyguard that I'm somehow affiliated with the Aryan nations and white supremacist groups.
Well, just to be fair, Mark, you did use the wording affiliated in one of your posts, right?
Right. Yeah.
You clarified on what you meant by that, but that was the terminology that you posted on Facebook.
Right. Yes, that is the terminology I used, and I believe I said I have clarified that. I said it was probably not the best word,
right?
But by that I meant that I had a friend that was into that, and I was recruited. That he wanted me to come join security, but I wasn't about to because I looked into what that was about, and it's not my cup of tea.
Mm-hmm.
I've never been a white supremacist or anything supremacist. I mean, Christ is supreme. Period. End of story in my book. But other than that, we're all one blood. There's nobody's better than anybody based on that. I mean, you judge people by the content of their character, and that's the way it should be.
Yeah, and I can vouch. Mark is we haven't spoken much, but Mark is a pretty chill dude.
Well, that is good to hear.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that.
We talked about it too, and I see no reason to think Mark is anything that Kent Hovind has ever said he is.
I mean, if Kent wants to go into the sins of my life, there's a lot more juicier stuff than that. I mean, I got to college and I went nuts. I was a alcoholic, a fornicator. I was experimenting with drugs. I mean, I went crazy. So if he wants to go into past sins, why not go for the real stuff,
Right.
Why not call me out on the stuff that I actually did? So it's whatever. I guess because that's all too common of a thing for people to go to college and get into the party scene.
Well, I think to
Yeah.
answer your question, it's because you are shedding light on the situation with Zaire,
Right.
and he feels threatened by that, so he wants people to perceive you as a very bad person and not take your testimony as seriously, which has worked to an extent. When you hear
Sure.
someone's a white supremacist or something, you kind of think twice about listening to what they have to say. Like, I was very skeptical of anything you said first off, because it was like I went in hearing just these accusations that were extremely negative.
Right.
So that's why he did that. Is he's trying to discredit the witness, right? Isn't that what it's called?
Yeah, it's discrediting the witness. It's
Poisoning the well.
Poisoning the well. Yeah, that's it's all in his repertoire of character assassination. You know, anybody that's anti-Kent Hovind is automatically the worst person in the world.
That's where G-Man gets it. So I mean,
Well, I got to tell you, you know, what you just said in like the last 20 minutes is encouraging news. That there are not that many people. So his influence is
Primarily
sort
the
of-
internet at this point. Yeah.
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 I mean, there are visitors. I would say that on an average day, there might be, one, maybe two families come through, but it's not always like that either. There were times when I was there when it was like a ghost town for a month, when just nothing was going on.
Well, you know, this also okay because I'm very keen to numbers, and it's like, how can you sustain? I looked at the 990s. Where's the money coming from?
Yeah.
With such, I mean, the IRS 990 required filings, and I'm really sad to say I think some of the money came from Cindy.
Yep.
And
a lot.
And other
A lot.
things. So wow. I'm getting a clear picture. I do have to say, particularly on the internet, he has quite a following still on the Google search engines, and I did try to say his reputation is enhanced by the fact atheists love him. If I were on the evolutionist side and I wanted an opponent, I would pick Kent Hovind.
Low hanging fruit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He's an easy target. He's easy to beat up. You know, they don't want to debate. Well,
They don't want to debate you.
That's true. I mean, I'll probably refuse a few of them,
Yeah.
but there, also researchers just in general just don't, they think that it's a circus. They don't want to participate
Yeah.
because in a 1 hour format, someone can just spew off a whole bunch of falsehoods.
That
You're going to spend a whole hour just refuting 1 minute of falsehood, and that's why I don't like that. Now, if it's more structured, we just get up there and say whatever and don't have to respond to each other, and that's the sort of debate I would have. But no, they don't they don't want to debate me.
Well, I'll tell you what, if the atheist community would just completely blackball Kent or blacklist him.
I really think they should. I if I could go back, there's no way I would have had a conversation with Kent about evolution. I think guys like Atheist Junior and Amy Newman and stuff, it should become more commonplace where people just outright refuse to go into this distraction topic of evolution and just make it a point to, or maybe show up for the debate and just say, don't actually debate, just expose, raise awareness about Zaire is missing, things like that, and then just take out. Like, if I could go back, there's no way I would have entered into something like that, because it's just a distraction. That's the problem. Is when I went into it, I was thinking there's no harm in debating a piece of shit, right? Or sorry, my language. There's no harm in debating against someone you disagree with, right? What's the harm? I'm seeing the harm of it now. It's because it's a distraction campaign.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's a front. And it's a desperate front at this point.
Yeah, all the debates he's having on SFT's channel, and like, who did you scrounge up this time? And I know it's gonna be the same recycled stuff.
Yeah,
You know?
for Kent, it's basically just a numbers thing. He wants to set the record for most number of debates one person's had in their life, and it's like 300 something he's trying to break.
There's no quality to him because
Right.
it's the exact same thing over and over.
But he doesn't care as long as he can say, well, I had all these debates. Never mind that the last 150 were total garbage.
Well, that's
Oh,
along the
you know-
same lines as every single YouTube program he starts off with. I've had 200 something baptized in my lake.
Oh, guys, this is actually interesting now. I mean, because this is more the reason I had issues with Kent. Now, a lot of people say stupid stuff, and I'm not going to go out of my way to spend the rest of my life. But his tended to be some of the worst stuff. And I said, I just don't have time for it. The only time I began to really start to say things was when I began to be concerned for the safety issues.
Right.
And then also because I started to meet all these ex-Hovind kids that are now growing up and have some bitterness that began to get under my skin. So, and then also I felt he reflected on the research community very, it kind of reflected badly on us because we got associated with him. Just like, no, he did. So,
yeah, he's not a very good representative.
Yeah, thank you. So now that you, Mark, and then especially you, TTOR, that you're saying that even you have better stuff, I would be curious to compare notes with you one time to talk about Kent Hovind's science. I could get really technical, but the best thing that I've come up with was his explanation for Steve Lynn's gun. I'm just like, I said, that's an example of bad science.
Right.
He gets away with it. I said, that's the thing that's bad is it's bad, but then he gets away with it because his followers will just accept it. I'm just like, do you have like no discernment, guys? This is embarrassing.
Yeah.
I can't say you should talk to Miss Parker because I know that G-Man didn't particularly like you. So you come talk with us.
Oh, thank you. Oh, G-Man. Oh, yeah. He was flipping out that day, and he kind of caught me off guard. Said, "What can you prove about Ken? What did you? You
and every time we'd give him the evidence, he'd just be like, "That's not evidence at all." Show me evidence. Show me evidence.
He's like argumentatively a worse version of Kent Hovind when it comes to
Oh, you did not see the private chat, the things that G-Man was saying after he got booted from the stream but not out of the room. He was committing serious verbal abuse towards Cindy Lincoln and was even threatening physical abuse. I told Cindy, if you and him were in the same room, I'm pretty sure he'd try and beat you up.
He's done that before. He lost one of his channels because he was threatening or making comments about how he would beat a trans woman to death. So,
oh my gosh.
And in Cindy's case, I think he would literally beat her up and maybe even try and kill her for daring to speak out against Kent.
I don't know if he'd actually try and fight another guy. But
well, I mean, he body slammed a 13-year-old.
Serious.
We're talking about G-Man or Kent Hovind?
Kent.
Yeah.
I'm talking
G-Man
about.
wanted to do.
Oh, you're talking about G-Man. I've never had an. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's okay. I just wanted to share this because you wanted to work with special ed kids and then stop because you found out you couldn't hit them.
Wow.
Say that again. I missed that, Coyote.
Oh, he found out that you couldn't hit
G-Man
the special ed kids. Yeah.
G-Man. Sorry, go ahead.
He wanted to work with like special ed kids, but he found out when they upset you, you can't hit them.
That reminds me. That reminds me actually of. Here's an interesting fact for you guys. I recently had to do trainings for mandatory reporting as part of my actual day job. And in the state of Oregon, they have worked CRT into mandatory training for that kind of stuff. So, like, if you see a black family or a Native American family, you're working with them to take care of like their kid, for example, and you see them committing child abuse against them, you're actually being encouraged by the state now to second guess yourself and to not report the abuse because, well, you see, their way of abusing their child might just be a cultural practice that they do, and it doesn't necessarily constitute abuse. So you really should just second guess yourself, and you need to check to see if you have like inherent racist, bigoted beliefs against them before you report them for stuff like that. And I'm just looking at it and going, wow. So you're actually making it easier for abusers to get away with this if anyone takes you seriously on this training.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Yeah. And the thing that was funny, too, about the training, it actually refuted itself in a way. Because before it got into all that, it said, we have a real problem here in the state because a large number of reports have been made against black families compared to, like white people about this kind of abuse. And most of those reports are substantiated. But their answer to dealing with the problem was to simply report them less.
Yeah, don't report as much.
Yeah.
That doesn't fix anything.
Yeah. Kent Hovind, if he had that kind of stuff being taught by the state of Alabama, I'm sure it'd be like, yeah.
Kent's all over it, yeah.
Yeah, come on over, Chris. Come on over, guys. Beat the kids.
I don't know which of you had put the theory out that when Brett was kind of hurt his feelings because Kent forgot his name.
That would be me.
Oh, thank you, Adam. And then so one way to get
that was not a theory, by the way. That was, I know for a fact that was the situation.
Yeah.
But the theory was then Mary Toko and Cindy Lincoln appeared on the channel in that kind of.
Oh, sure, yeah. The connection between that that's a theoretical link there.
I found that a very interesting analysis, but where I was kind of also headed with that is that was the first time I saw Mary defending Cindy.
And Mary has been very quiet.
Yeah.
Very quiet since she left Kent.
So, yeah.
Well, I don't know if you guys. Oh, go ahead, Mark.
Probably because she knew that if she spoke out, that Kent would come after her, and he has. So.
And so I was
proud. I don't know.
I was proud
Sal,
of Mary.
did you see when Mary Toko first came on Brett's channel and she refused to talk about any drama, anything having to do with Kent? She was very critical of Cindy, and then something changed her mind where she saw how Cindy had been treated, and she's like, we really need to address this. But initially, Mary Toko came on to make the point that she was avoiding the drama. She was talking about what she does for a living and things like that, and she was very critical of it. That was the first kind of, if you're a follower of the channel, that was the first thing we saw.
Well, I didn't follow the channel, but Cindy told me offline that really, she was devastated by that.
Sure.
And
yeah.
so when the two of them came and appeared again, she was saying, Sal, can you pray for me? I don't know what's going to happen. I think I don't think, the last time Mary is on, she didn't defend me, and I don't know what's going to happen. And that's when I said, I'm real busy, but I'll show up this time just to give her moral support. And I was surprised Brett Keane let me at least show my face. And I didn't say anything for like 3 hours until I, started to say something. I said, I don't have a lot to add, because Mary actually came out and started saying what I was hoping she would say. And I was just like, God, thank you. And I just wanted to let Cindy know, because she was she was just really hurting. It's kind of breaking my heart. Because I've been pleading with Cindy. It's like, you got to stop doing this or that. You're self-destructing, and it's killing me to watch you do this to yourself. And, one time I was talking to her and she just started crying, and I said, Cindy, I'm not trying to be mean, but you got to go about this a little bit wiser, because you're kind of self-destructing here. And I'm concerned. I said, I'm not saying you can't fight Kent, but the road you're going down,
you have to be smart about it.
Yeah. And she was just crying and crying.
Especially when you're dealing with Kent, because he is a little crafty, and You got to be
Oh,
on
yeah.
your P's and Q's when you go after them.
And I want to add a little insight to that time period. I don't know if y'all are aware of Father Charles. Are you familiar with him?
Is that
Well,
the other channel that Kent Hovind called a mud room along with Brett's?
I guess so, maybe. I don't know, but Charles went to Dinosaur Adventure Land just to visit, and he came back and did a show. He did a YouTube broadcast talking about how people were complaining about the conditions, how the food wasn't any good, et cetera, et cetera. They were working too many hours, and he made that program and then set himself up as an enemy of Kent. And I actually had a lot of dialogue with Charles, and I think Robert Baty was talking to him too. But Charles flip flopped. Charles came out and said something about to the tune of, well, more and more people are starting to say Cindy's getting off track, so I think I probably can't trust her anymore. So he kind of went and sided back with Kent.
That is
But
literally the stupidest thing I've heard.
I know it was a
let me
total
just say this.
bandwagon
I think she's in a lot of emotional distress.
for sure. Well,
Cindy
she's
is,
a
Stuff
victim
might
for
come out
one.
of her mouth that she doesn't mean or whatever,
Right.
and it's just breaking my heart.
But I was
And
bringing that
yeah,
up to kind of give a little context to that time frame and why she was having so much trouble and why she was so down. Which Cindy's been depressed for the better part of this past year. I talked to Cindy every week, sometimes a couple of times a week. But she's been very down and very depressed, but especially during that time when it seemed like everybody was turning against Cindy, which Kent capitalized on what Charles said, because Charles had come on to Kent's show and said, "Yeah, some of the things I said about Cindy, I'm kind of second guessing because she told me that she wanted to take down Kent Hovind, and that just didn't set well with me." Well,
I'm just like, Father Charles, put yourself in her shoes.
yeah.
Maybe she's getting a lot of, for lack of a better word, PTSD.
Oh yeah.
She's just not thinking straight. I recognize the symptoms of someone that's just under so much stress. You're just, and it's started to concern me. How I
Yeah.
got into this was, I was concerned about Kent Hovind's science, and then I heard about the kid dying at Dinosaur Adventure Land.
Hmm.
When I heard about this conviction, and one of my associates on the other side, who's an evolutionist, Dapper Dinosaur, had an interview with Cindy Lincoln, and I just about cried.
Yeah.
I said, the Christian community is not coming to her defense, not even giving her any comfort. And that really bothered me because she sounded like a credible witness. She sounded like, not like someone who's trying to draw all this attention to themselves, but just like someone who's been really hurt, who's lost a lot of money, who was the victim of some sort of abuse. When I listened to the tape of her, and she's screaming, I said, that wasn't really pain. That was a lot of anger of someone that was just hurt. Okay, so it wasn't a sad cry or a painful cry. It was someone who's very frustrated, who was betrayed. That's the way I heard it.
Yeah.
And my heart started to go out to her. And in that 2-hour interview that I heard on a channel that's pro-evolution, I said, oh my goodness, there's not a single Christian that's coming to the defense of someone who may be a victim. And that's when I began to break down, and I said, okay, I don't want to get in between someone's marital issues and a divorce, but this superficially, this is enough. This is like reasonable evidence for me to say, don't go there. First, on the science, don't go there because of safety issues. And now just the fact that he's on wife number 4 after a domestic violence thing, I said, this is a violation of Christian viewpoints to be above reproach. I said, this
Right.
is not above reproach. I said, this is looking really bad at this point. I said, I don't have a lot of evidence, a lot of suspicions, but it's enough suspicions. I'd be telling all the kids, don't go there. And in the process, I said, Cindy, I'm really skeptical, because this is a divorce. There are two sides of the story. And when I heard Kent in his own words about Steve Lynn's gun, I'm just like, Cindy, I believe you now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's two sides, all right, and Kent's side is really, really dark.
Yeah, and it's not true.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I know when Miss Parker, because she sometimes does her research in like a group, so we can all kind of do it together. When we were going through some of that, I know there was a lot of discussion about like Miss Parker just did not want to bother at the time Cindy about that, any of that, because everyone in the community could recognize that she was the victim of abuse. She's a domestic abuse survivor.
Mm-hmm.
And having to fight against someone like Kent Hovind would be very draining.
Mm-hmm.
And and one of the big things was just we wanted to give Cindy and Mary and Joe the respect that we want to touch on their story, but we don't want to make a big scene out of it or do it in the wrong way to tell the story in a way that's harmful.
I got just a different angle on this. I know we rag on G-Man a lot, but in an ironic sort of way, he helped get you and Mrs. Parker into this.
Yeah,
which actually does help.
Right.
And just for the record, I don't even know G-Man. I don't know anything about him.
He's not a great person.
He sounds like an interesting character.
He's interesting.
Yeah.
I
I'll leave it
found
at that.
him because of something completely different. It's even worse that he's signing off on. But yeah, he's an interesting character, and he's been dealing with some of these online people, atheists, for a really long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard about him for years, but I never actually got a first-hand look at him until he decided to show his merry face in our 11-hour live stream.
And I was a little bit upset that those videos got deleted because I had the expectation that, I'm investing time to be here, hoping that it's going to be recorded and archived, and then it's deleted.
Well, they're technically in private mode.
Right,
Brett can restore them at any point if he chooses to.
And also, some of the videos are on his Twitch account still.
Would
and I
he be willing to share those, like just so they can be archived elsewhere?
I have the 11-hour live stream and the 5-hour live stream from last week, and I have the hour-and-a-half video where Kent went onto Brett's channel and incriminated Chris Jones and potentially himself while trying to defend Chris Jones. I have all three of those.
And thankfully all this is starting to become moot now because a lot of the guests on that 11-hour stream they can reappear and retell their story. And so, just like what we're doing tonight.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, this is a lot clearer because we're not being distracted by G-Man
or Deborah or any of those other people. Yeah.
Deborah. I was just talking to Deborah, actually.
Deborah called me earlier this week. It was not a very pleasant conversation. She was very aggressive with me, saying that I handed my daughter over to Kent and Cindy to be molested. My daughter was never molested. Saying that I'm a heretic just on the fact that I stayed there so long. I called her out on that. I was like, no, if you're going to call me a heretic, you better be a little more specific and have some evidence, because
and it has to be based on the Bible.
Right. That's a big claim. You call somebody a heretic, that's you're going to call me a heretic, we're going to have problems because I'm not. And if
Which
I am,
is this?
Deborah Henderson, Deborah Daw is her Facebook name is Deborah Daw. I think her name was Henderson when she was involved with Kent Hovind, I don't know. I've
Her
only
channel is Deborah Sheds Light On. Is that what it is?
Yeah, I
Yes.
think
Okay, I
that's
know
what.
who that is now.
Yeah.
Because wasn't she at DAL when Kent first opened it and started running it in like 2015, 2016?
Yeah, and she thinks she's so much better than everybody else that has left because
She was one
she
of the
left.
first.
Yeah, she was one of the first ones to leave, and she's like, "Well, I was out of there in just a few days."
Well,
Well,
congratulations.
Truth be told, Deborah made, I think, 3 visits to Dinosaur Adventure Land, so it wasn't just, those last few days. And from my understanding, she was actually going there to be permanent. Like, was working for Kent as a secretary at the time when she did finally leave. So Deborah acting like she's better than everybody else because she caught on to Kent so much sooner. Whatever.
It's definitely a pride
It's
issue. Mm-hmm.
yeah. Who cares? I mean, it took me a couple of years. Freddie's still there. I mean, he's been there for the whole time. So I don't hear her say anything about Freddie.
Well, I want to say I think Deborah was. I think we covered this on my channel, Mark. That Deborah was disruptive when she came in the first time on that 5-6 hour live stream.
On the
Yeah.
11-hour one, yeah.
I felt like she kind of settled down and she was speaking, and at that point she was, in my opinion, treated unfairly and just kind of booted, even though she was being talked over. And I think that she got an unfair deal in the situation. And I just think that, I mean, as long as she's, the reason why initially Deborah was asked to leave was because she's not only being disruptive, she refused to stop interrupting. She said, "No, I'm going to continue interrupting."
Yeah.
Once she came back and she stopped doing that, she was being fair. Like, she may
Right.
disagree.
And Deborah and I actually had very good dialogue during that time.
Well, Mark,
But
didn't you and Deborah go on Brett's channel maybe 2 months ago or something? And you guys, like, I think Cindy just recently re-uploaded that, right? That was you and Deborah.
that was the most recent one, I believe, because I had never spoken to Deborah until um this what was it? The one that it was like
Hell,
a 5 hour.
The
Hell in
the
the
one
Cell
from
one?
last week, yeah, the Hell in the
Yeah,
Cell.
yeah. I don't think I had talked to Deborah before that.
I want to say that
I
there's
could
a
be mistaken.
appearance that you were on Brett's channel. I think it must have been like 2 months ago or something. Cindy and
Okay.
Lincoln just recently re-uploaded this because it's relevant.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was you and Deborah on there, and she was being very calm and just level-headed. She wasn't kind of losing her temper and interrupting and stuff.
Yeah. So I went on Brett's channel a couple of months ago, right after Kent was on there. And yeah, I'd have to go back and watch that whole ordeal. I don't recall talking to Deborah then, but it maybe I did, maybe I didn't. But I definitely recall talking to her in that panel discussion.
Mm-hmm.
And when she wasn't interrupting and being disruptive, she was pleasant to talk to and she was somewhat reasonable. But the phone call I got from her was not that. She was irate and it was a very unpleasant call.
Yeah, you're
So,
kind of the wrong thing for her to be focusing her anger on.
yeah, it's like
So
I
for the
mean,
record, yesterday Cindy re-uploaded something from probably a couple months ago
okay.
from Brett Keen's channel, Kent Hovind Exposed by Mark, Stoney, and Deborah.
All right.
And then in parentheses, she put, unfortunately, with Deborah's unknowing Cindy slander. I was actually surprised that Cindy put this video up because it was very, very critical of Cindy.
Yeah. Well, look at the last video I put up. Kent's extremely critical of me. But
Yeah.
I don't mind putting that up because I know it's not true.
Mm-hmm.
And I think anybody that watches it, especially after the edit that I did where I kind of primed the audience there before he went into his little diatribe about me, but yeah, I'm sorry. It's just
You're
Now
muted,
you're
Sal.
muted.
I was about to say, I'm sorry. There is something to it, though, that if she's going to get a hostile witness against her, but it's still critical of Kent, I think that speaks well
yeah.
of
Yeah.
of the point Cindy was trying to make. It's like,
Mhm.
Here's someone who's not my friend, and she's not doing this for me.
Right.
Mhm. Well, if you talk to any like investigator, they're gonna go back and look at the evidence and the testimony. And when somebody presents a statement and includes embarrassing details, 9 times out of 10, probably even more than that, the testimony can be assumed to be true because normally a person is not going to include an embarrassing or incriminating detail when they're talking about somebody else if they don't want to be smeared along with them. But
Yeah.
the fact that Cindy is letting her name be smeared, the fact that I let Kent ramble on about me in that video, I think it just speaks to the validity of the testimony because Cindy's not afraid for these things to be said. I mean, it's uncomfortable and it's annoying, and when Kent said the things he said about me, I was pissed off, but I'm not afraid of it because I know it's not true.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Yep.
One of the things about Deborah, like I said, I kind of wish she wasn't kicked out that second time in the 5 hour stream, because like it or not, she's critical of Cindy. She's critical. I mean, she's kind of critical of a lot of people involved.
Everybody.
But Deborah was there during the Ukrainian boy incident.
Yeah.
She
Mhm.
knows details about the mask. She was a first person account witness when I was talking to Mark earlier on my channel. She was in the comment section telling us about it, and she was talking about how there was an emergency meeting held. The boy was scratched. He was in shock. So it's not about exposing Kent Hovind. It's not about who said what. It's about, let's find out what happened with this boy. Let's find out
Right.
about these children. So that's
Right.
what I'm interested in is,
Yeah,
Deborah
and
has information about this and she's speaking out about it. And I think that because of these other tensions and stuff, some of that stuff is getting overlooked and missed.
Mm-hmm.
And she's not being seen as a credible witness, but
For sure.
she has some solid stuff that she witnessed firsthand, and she is a credible witness on.
Well, one thing I want to bring up about that,
Yeah.
when Deborah was giving her testimony, Daniel, as soon as she was finished, Daniel came out outright and said, "None of that is true. That's not how it happened." But I don't really remember Daniel getting a fair shake of giving his side of that story. So
I tried to give him his chance, but it didn't materialize.
Oh, Daniel sat there and read a whole thing that he had written out. He had his
okay.
fair chance to diminish Deborah's account.
Yeah. Well, maybe I missed that part. I think I'd stepped out or
Well,
something.
what
but
happened in the
They
stream
were
was
saying,
that
"Oh, it was Deborah that brought this up, and it was exaggerated." Yeah, he sat there and read a whole written out thing for 20 minutes.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, the thing that I remember crystal clearly is that Deborah had made her story, and Daniel said none of it was true. I made everyone be quiet so Deborah could finish giving her side of the story, and then the idea was that Daniel would explain why none of it was true, but then he never got around to actually doing that.
Yeah, but he did tell his story, but I
Right,
don't
that
think
was
he
his
really
that was like his
refuted.
general
Yeah.
testimony at the beginning when he first
Yeah,
appeared.
but I don't recall him refuting Deborah's testimony
That's
about that
because he
day.
never got around to it.
Well, that was what he started with. He started with a refutation. He said Deborah's the one that made this up, and she's the only one that said there was a mask and things like that. There's no credibility to it. I don't understand where Daniel's coming from with a lot of this stuff. He doesn't. I just don't get the Daniel guy.
I don't
get
know
where he's coming
Daniel.
from.
That was the only time I'd ever spoken to Daniel. I
Same
think
here.
Cindy knows Daniel pretty well.
I thought Mary was the one that brought him in though for that stream.
Maybe. I don't know. A lot of those people were there before me, before my time, so that's going way back even before me.
Oh, there was another stream. There was Julie and Nicholas Shunk.
Yeah.
I thought that was also an interesting perspective. On
was this the 5 hour Hell in a
Yeah,
Cell?
it was the same. That was the same stream,
same
Sal. It was the same stream.
Okay.
It was just 2 hours after that,
right,
or whatever.
That was also very interesting testimony.
Yeah.
So this is the Bennett, and people are saying this is just like this is like a mob scene about Kent Hovind. And I'm just like, what are you saying? This is we need to hear this.
Mm-hmm.
These are people that had been a part of Dinosaur Adventure Land
for years. Yeah.
And here's something that Kent did. He totally deflected when Julie asked to come on the show and talk to Kent. Kent deflected, and this was I don't know if y'all have this footage. I have the footage of the Kent Hovind versus Mark Stoney, and it was in that video. But Julie's asking to come on and talk to Kent, and Kent says, "This is Yulia, YULIA, the Ukrainian, and I know her big sin why we had to kick her out. So, do you really want me to talk about that? Do you really want to go there?" But it wasn't Yulia; it was Julie, and even then, Yulia didn't do anything that bad. She wanted to have a meeting about everything that was going on as far as everybody getting kicked out. And then she got kicked out for it.
Wait, she got kicked out for saying we needed to have a meeting to talk about this?
Yeah, like what's going on with everybody leaving? Like it was a mass exodus starting in January of 2021 when I left.
Jeez.
I would like to say that all of these people are welcome to come to Mrs. Parker's channel to talk to us.
Okay.
We would love to hear from them.
It was. I got to tell you, it was really powerful to hear so many witnesses, and I think it was you, TTOR, said when you have this many people and they're telling the same story,
because they have different experiences from DAL, but as far as Kent Hovind goes, they were all saying in their own way the same basic things. Kent's not who he portrays himself as online. He surrounds himself with all these horrible degenerates and criminals, and a few other talking points as well.
And this whole thing about saying he's just getting attacked because he's a creationist, I'm just like, I know other creationists that are very respected. They don't have this drama follow them around.
And as far as I know, all the former DAL workers who we're referring to here, all of them were Christians, were they not?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, the majority. That's the thing that's different about this is the majority of the people in this that were on Brett's channel and stuff. It was the whole room is Christians, or there's maybe one atheist on the side or something, and people are coming on. Oh, these are just a bunch of atheists. Like multiple people said that, and it's like, no, actually, there's only one atheist in the room, and he wasn't saying anything. Like you're just trying to have a scapegoat in this because you don't want to accept the evidence.
Yeah, and
that happened multiple times, not just with G-Man.
Yeah.
And that's why those two shows, the 11-hour and the 5-hour, I think the 5-hour where you had so many people, I thought that was really powerful.
Coyote, did you see
not only because a lot of them are also creationists too.
Right.
Well,
it's like,
majority, majority were Christian and creation. Did you see that, Coyote?
No, I haven't. It is on my really long watch list.
Okay. Because TTOR and I have a copy of that downloaded. It's on my channel. It's still currently on Brett's Twitch, as far as I know.
Is your channel Adam Lore?
Yeah, it's just Adam Lore.
Okay.
Yeah, that was just so powerful when you had so many Christian creationists coming up, and then I was just like, Brett, why did you take it down? This is really important.
One of life's great mysteries.
Doesn't the testimony of your Christian brothers count for something here?
I know for sure that Brett got really frustrated when Kent was like, nope, screw it, I'm not coming on then. I was sitting here waiting. Brett got so frustrated. And
he tried to blame that on everybody else in the room, though. And to be honest about that situation, yes, Kent showed up early. Yes, Kent waited 20 minutes, but he only waited 5 minutes into the window that he agreed to come on the show.
Yep.
5
minutes.
minutes.
He was there in the chat, and he had ample opportunity to come on and talk. He refused to come on the show. He tried to play it off like it was Cindy's fault or something. No. I mean, there was a period there where it was like, well, they weren't quite done. The timing wasn't quite right.
But if he had still been there at 8:30, he would have come on.
Yeah. So, but I think that was the thing where it was like, Kent got upset about that. Brett got upset that Kent got upset. Kent sent Brett some kind of email or something after that. And then Brett just flipped. He switched.
Mm-hmm.
If you compare the beginning of that live stream to the end of the live stream, it's two completely different people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And the thing is, Brett wanted to blame Cindy for and Mary for hogging the time and telling Kent not to come on until they were done. Brett's the one that he's the moderator. It's his channel. He runs the show. He could have said, "No, Cindy, Kent's coming on. You got to leave." But
And there's all the times
he's
throughout the show where Kent was commenting on the comment section of the video, and we kept saying,
exactly.
"Come in, Kent, come
Exactly.
in." We all told him to come in, and he refused.
But
Yep.
I do got to say that, I mean, as far as I feel like the turning point for a lot of this, it really started at Brett's channel when Mary Toko was there. When I heard her backing Cindy, I was like, this is what we
Yeah.
needed to hear.
Well, that's
And
the
then-
same timing as TTOR's expose as well, right? Right.
Mhm.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So really, it's
and it really changed.
It goes
that,
to
right
TTOR here.
At that point, that was when a whole bunch of people in this community of the God TV radio and, you know, people that have been following from that viewpoint, it changed a lot of minds. And that was when a lot of us started to see, oh, this isn't like just
And we were
crazy
no
people
longer
coming on and just
isolated.
ranting and raving. This is like some real stuff.
And
Yeah.
we were no longer feeling isolated, like these isolated pockets, you know, because for a while I was shunned by the YouTube creationist community, and I didn't care. It's like, well, creationist researchers don't really do YouTube, you know.
Right.
And I have my circle of, you know, I have my colleagues, and they're more important to me, you know, than my, you know, having a large number of subscribers. I love my subscribers, but I'm not into the big numbers. But I was feeling isolated up until that point. So TTOR, you sparked it, and for a moment, Brett was at least doing enough to get this whole thing rolling. And now, you know, now we have shows like this one, which I'm thrilled about, because when he took that down, I said, I don't know if we'll ever have a show like this again. And here we are.
Well, I think all the videos that have been taken down have been saved.
They're all in private
Well, and
mode.
again,
Because I shared one of
Brett
them
put
on.
those private mode. That's different than deleting it. That means
it's still
he's
there.
not
It's
fully-
just not public.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
But
I've got a
I think-
copy of Kent
Just real
Hovind
quick,
versus
I think that
Marcellin.
the fact that Brett left that same video on his Twitch means something,
Yeah, I agree.
because it's not like he forgot it was there or something at this point.
Right.
Maybe the first day, maybe he forgot it was up there. At this point, there's no way that he just forgot, you know. So it's there.
Yeah.
My opinion is Brett doesn't want to be the guy saying there's bad stuff going on, but he's not. He's got me and TTOR on there as co-hosts pointing this shit out. Like he even said in his channel, hey, Adam, Lauren, TTOR can take it from here. I'm out. This is too much.
Yeah.
Same with Cindy. Is like Cindy was kind of very cryptic, and she refused to answer certain questions. But she's like, "Now, what was that thing you were saying, Adam? Why don't you bring that back up?" And then she just disappears. So people want to get the word out, but they don't want to be. People are being threatened to be literally murdered over this shit. So it's like, I don't know. But Coyote, I wanted to say, if you do go to my channel, if you don't want to watch the full 5 hours, I have a sort of highlight video where, especially highlighting on what Ms. Parker had addressed in that recording. There's a recording about shipping containers and dead bodies and stuff. I especially emphasized that because I had just heard that right before that stream, that same day or just the day before.
Yeah,
so I was asking a lot of questions and follow-up questions about that specifically, and I did a video highlighting and emphasizing that part specifically.
Yeah, I think that also really changed the game for Mrs. Parker too. Like, I spoke with her not long after that, and that one comment you had posted, and I think that also just really changed how we were looking at it.
Yeah, and Brett was saying these are just crazy. I'm just like, Brett, or anyone, whenever there's drugs involved and there's a distributor, you don't know what kind of stuff could be going down. You really don't.
And considering what Steve was into, I'm sure it was pretty bad.
Well, and I think like one of the things that at least I'm doing with the videos I'm going through is establishing patterns so that you can point at different times where
Mhm.
there's proof that this was done, this was done, this was done. And there's a lot of patterns of Hovind being involved in some really questionable things.
Oh yeah.
Like it's a very long, continuous pattern.
Coyote, do you have a YouTube channel?
I do not actually.
You're working on
Just
a
with Miss-
video in association with Miss Parker?
Miss
Yeah.
Parker.
Okay. Oh, awesome. Okay.
I feel free to contact me. Like Miss Parker and I have a shared space where we're putting all of the stuff that we've got.
And
awesome.
And I got to point something out. I'm sorry, my spider sense is getting alerted here. A forensic accountant could probably smell something is not right. If they started examining the money flows
Mm-hmm.
or the lack of controls for, I think it could show something also nefarious there. There could be all sorts of, you never know what could be. You get drugs and you have a ministry. This is ideal for certain kinds of activities, if you know what I mean.
Well, and these sex offenders, if someone like that is willing to go that far with harming children, who knows what else they're willing to do? Like,
yeah, it's
they're
not
sociopaths.
difficult.
A sex offender like that is a psychopath, a sociopath. They don't care that they're
Yeah.
literally like destroying the life of a child. So if they're willing to go to that level, and if you're surrounding yourself with people like that and protecting them, there's something seriously wrong.
Yeah.
Now, this raises one question about her personality there. Who's Matt Powell in all this? He's supposed to be one of the more innocent characters as far as I understand. What's his role in all this?
That is a really good question because I've never really looked into that, and it's just so weird to see him there among all those criminals. Because the image that he has on the internet is he's like a young, up and coming superstar preacher / young earth creationist, kind of in that Kent Hovind mold, but like a younger version of him who doesn't seem quite as narcissistic. But yeah, I have no idea why he's there, what's keeping him there. Because if he was really that man of God he portrays himself as, I think he would have gotten out of town and spoke out against Kent by now.
Yeah. And he came after me.
Matt's aware of all the problems. I've talked to Matt a lot, and he was even telling me that he was going to go and deal with the Chris Jones issue. He told me that there was no way he would ever live at Dinosaur Adventure Land, but here we are, and there's still a Chris Jones issue, and Matt Powell lives at Dinosaur Adventure Land. So I don't really have a lot of faith in Matt Powell.
Something fishy is definitely afoot when it comes to Matt Powell.
Because we haven't heard much from Matt. Like there was a period where he was pretty vocal and you saw a lot of stuff, and then he just kind of.
I know when we started talking, he got quiet.
Yeah, because he was like listed on CMI's website, and he seemed respectable. It's like, why are you being around all these shady characters? And then he went after me. He said, looks to me like you're being jealous. I just wanted to laugh.
Yes, I'm so jealous that you get to hang around sex offenders and pedos and drunks and, drug addicts. I'm so jealous.
All right, I want to share something real quick, and then I'm probably going to be getting out of here. It's getting
yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to share something on my screen. It has to do with Matt Powell. Let me get that.
All right.
Where'd that go? And I don't know if you guys have seen this or not.
Probably not.
But here's a little background into Matt Powell.
Oh, I have.
John, and the people that you've gone to behind my back and lied to and said, oh, Matt said this about you, and done that. Who? I'm not going to give names, Jeremy, but I will say this. There's been several people that have come to me and said, Jeremy said that you said this about so-and-so and so-and-so and so-and-so. And don't you lie to me because you know that it's true.
Nope. Just that one time, and I thought we took care of it.
Nope. There's plenty more. And you're bold-faced lying to me.
Nope.
Yeah, you are.
You talking about the Von Gats talking to you?
I'm not going to say who.
Because it has nothing to do with me. They
Jeremy,
told me
you
it has nothing to do. It has
insane.
nothing to do with me. It's all you. It's all on your shoulders, man.
All on my shoulders.
You did something wrong that they're not telling me. They said that you did something wrong against them.
No, you are a big tattletale. And you just go around to people and make up a bunch of bull crap. Dude,
Are we going to fix the window?
No, because there's no parts. I thought there was parts here, Jeremy. And you're
Well,
scared.
then let's go.
You're scared to death to talk to me. You are. Dude, it's not a joke. You're a skinny little runt baby that can't think for himself. And you come here, you constantly leech off me. Then you go complain to other people. Oh, Matt's taking advantage of me. Dude, you will go to hell. I am not joking. Look at me.
Matt, stop.
Look at me.
Stop.
You look at me right now.
Stop.
That
I came here for
has
the
nothing
window.
to do with this.
I came here.
We are going to talk about this.
You're going to smile.
You are insane. You think I am yelling too hard? You have lost your mind.
Stop.
You're going to talk to me.
No.
You're going to talk to me right now.
I'm getting out of
You're
here.
acting like a woman. Why don't you
No,
talk to me
I'm
like a man?
Acting like a woman. I came here for the stupid
You're
window.
acting like a woman, dude. And we can't fix the window.
Nothing
I'll
more,
take care of the
nothing
window.
less.
But you know what?
Then
We
take
need
care
to
of the
take
window.
care of this.
No.
You go to the Von Gotts and tell Mrs. Von Gott, oh, Matt called you a witch. You know that's right. And I never said that. I said they practice certain things like witchcraft. But I never, ever demeaned her character. And for you to just go over there and bold-faced lie, just like you've done with Daniel Buffum and my brother, just like you've done with all sorts of people, then you're going to get angry at me for yelling at you. You're crazy.
I'm not crazy.
You are insane. You have lost your mind, Jeremy. And I love you too much just to sit here and say, oh, well, you're fine. Because you're not.
Wow, I'm really feeling the love there.
Yeah, so there's lovey-dovey Matt Powell. Yeah. I think he's got a little in his repertoire of abuse as well.
Got a little bit of that Kent Hovind in him.
Mark, do you know the context of any of that? Like what he's talking about?
No, I don't. That was before Matt was ever a part of Dinosaur Adventure Land. I think it might be
That was before he was living over there?
Yeah, that was long before.
Oh, interesting. So where was that?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, I think
okay.
I think he was the pastor of a church, if I remember right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that might be it.
Well, I think he was at Steven Anderson's church, wasn't he? So he's learning from the best.
Well, I think he's in the same mold, kind of, but I'm not sure that he's actually part of, or was part of Anderson's little federation of churches there.
Definitely the same style.
Mm-hmm. I saw you cringe over there, Sal, and we mentioned Steve Anderson.
Yeah. I think anybody cringes when they hear the name Steve Anderson.
Yeah.
Hate preacher extraordinaire.
Mm-hmm. The man who literally thinks your salvation is determined by the Bible translation you read and not by the actual beliefs you hold.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I actually did listen to one.
Oh, you're muted.
You keep muting yourself there, Sal.
Sorry.
Start over. You're good now.
I actually listened to one Steven Anderson video, and I was actually convinced Eric Hovind was a bad guy.
Yeah, well, that's because Kent Hovind used Steve Anderson as one of his flying monkeys to go after Eric. I mean, Kent uses other people to do his bidding. So that doesn't surprise me at all.
Of course, then Steve Anderson turned on Kent when the whole marriage thing with the Toko and the Cindy and all that. That's when Steve Anderson's like, okay, Kent can go to hell.
Oh. So the video where he was praising Kent went down. I mean, I kept looking for it, and he was saying what a great
Steven
man.
Anderson.
Stephen Anderson, pastor of Faithful Word Baptist Church in, I think, Tucson, Arizona.
But what does he have? Like, what does it relate to this?
Oh, well, we were just saying that Matt Powell, based off of that audio clip we listened to, seems to have a little bit of Steve Anderson and Kent Hovind in him as far as that hate preacher style goes.
And yeah, Steve Anderson did used to do bidding for Kent Hovind as far as defaming his son Eric.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right, I'm gonna wrap this up for me. You guys keep going all you
Yeah.
want. I'm about to fall asleep over here. So,
Oh, thank you so much, Mark.
Yep, thanks for coming on.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mark, and thanks again for coming on my channel, and thanks for doing this today. Nice, it was really good talking with you, and it's very informative. I think that our little interview had jam packed with some details and a timeline and stuff. So, and this one as well. So I think it'll be a useful resource for people. Hopefully, that's sort of the plan here.
well, I'd like to help out any way I can. So, you guys stay in touch with me if you want to. Adam, you've got my number.
Yep.
Sal, you've got my email. And I think everybody else has a way to contact me here too. So if you got any more questions for me, let me know. I'm an open book. I really am. So I appreciate you guys letting me come on and talk. And
You're welcome.
I'll see you guys next time.
All right. Thanks,
God
Mark.
bless
Have a good
you.
night.
Good night.
God bless
All right.
you.
Take care.
Bye.
Man, that was
So
awesome.
Coyote, you're still here, right?
Yes, currently.
I kind of like realized what you're saying earlier because you said something about a comment that I made right on Ms. Parker's
Yes.
video. Are you talking about the sort of summary I did of the June 9th video?
Yes.
Okay, because I left a couple comments and I didn't realize until now that that's what you're talking about. So you kind of have at least a brief outline of some of the stuff going on that I don't know.
That
Well,
you,
actually,
yeah, that you had started to share. I mean, some of it at that point, like, I think a lot of us had kind of theories of things going on, but like, you
okay.
can't say anything because it's a theory. We don't have evidence of that sort of, but I think it solidified a lot of things.
Well, there's
And
quite a bit of first person testimony. It's not just sort of rampant rumors and stuff. Like a lot of people are trying to characterize it as this is like, okay, so Ms. Parker played that recording about the shipping containers, for example.
Mhm.
We know for sure that there are shipping containers,
yeah,
for example. We
and
have first person testimony about reports of after they had heard about the femur bone, reporting it to the sheriff and going and finding additional information. There's certain things that we have very kind of high levels of information on this, where it's not just sort of
yeah, and like, I mean, now we do, like, before, I remember at one point, like really early when we were doing stuff, and it was still kind of a joke just to make, it was still just a joke on G-Man, that
yeah.
I had made the comment, oh, there's barrels, they're probably hiding bodies in the barrels, and stuff like that. I think that was kind of how it was before. And then we got your comment, and Miss Parker had messaged or called me after actually about that. And
Oh,
I
wow.
think, yeah, it really changed the for lack of a better phrase, it really changed the game for us, for what Miss
Okay.
Parker and I had wanted to do. And yeah, like it was pretty hard to read, to be fair. And
Meaning
yeah,
just
like,
in terms of the severity of it, or the
like having to take in a lot of that.
yeah.
Because, like, again, you suspect things, but like having some of that stuff confirmed is difficult to handle. And with, I'm not going to speak on it. It's not my place to speak on it, but if you ask Miss Parker, she's fairly open about some of that. But like with Miss Parker's history, I think it does hit close for home. It hits close to home for a few of us, unfortunately. And so some of it is really difficult to get down. You know what I mean?
Well, absolutely. I mean, besides though, you said we know her history. I actually am not as familiar with maybe I haven't been as sensitive to anything she may have been. I may have been emotionally triggering her or something, but I didn't know too much about Miss Parker's background.
Yeah, like I would rather she tell it herself because I feel kind of weird
Sure, yeah.
sharing it.
But I mean, she's alluded to she's I don't know what she said. I'm trying to think.
She was
Like
she
cult,
was
she was like sort of involved in cult abuse or something like that.
yes, she
Yeah.
was a I think it was like, oh shit, what are they called? Jehovah Witnesses.
Okay.
And she, she has spoken about it a bit, but she has experienced abuse as a child. So, and a lot of this is difficult. And I think for a few members, when we talk about these things, like we have a personal story, obviously, and I think that goes for everyone. That kind of gets us invested, but it also makes some things difficult to handle sometimes.
Yeah.
Like
I think TTOR, you're gonna have to take it when things get too emotional. When my YouTube channel starts to come down, it's like it's all on you, TTOR. Justin, you gotta take over on this because
me and my 100 subs will do the job.
Yeah.
Well,
sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say right now we're just kind of compiling everything into like,
Yeah.
So eventually we'll have it all out, hopefully, for the public. But I think like the big thing, and I want to make this point just for not just for this, but for any of these more difficult to handle stories, is that it's totally okay to step back for a day or two to give yourself that time. Like keep your mental health in
Absolutely, or
mind.
even more than a day. This can
Yeah.
be traumatizing. Like I'm gonna need a break here soon. Like I just can't keep doing this. Like I have too much anxiety, too much stress on this already.
Yeah, it's I mean, even we did that one interview with Mark, and I think Miss Parker and I both kind of had to step back for a couple days. And
I don't know if I saw that. Ms. Parker interviewed Mark Stoney.
Yeah, we haven't uploaded anywhere. We're not uploading any of this content anywhere at the time.
Oh,
at this
okay.
current time, but
That
we were
might be a
talking
good
to him.
approach because
then
We're
you
still
can
making-
upload it later.
Yeah.
We're still making fun of Kent Hovind, believe me.
It's the darker
know.
stuff that's hard to deal with. But
yeah.
Well, this was kind of a little bit light. Tonight was kind of like
Yeah.
not too deep, and I could tolerate it. And actually, I needed a little bit of break tonight because today was really stressful. A lot of big life decisions for me personally, and just like I needed a little bit of break from that. It's kind of hard to think that I'd get a break by talking about Kent Hovind's, what he's doing. But this is actually, thanks for doing this, TTOR. I just happened to run into your email by accident. And I said, I'll hang out tonight because I needed a break.
I'm glad you took that up.
Yeah, Mark sent me the link. So that's how I found it.
And I got to just say, guys, I can't tell you how grateful I am to see the gang we had today because I was, this past January, I was feeling really lonely. I was getting criticized. My reputation is being trashed on the internet. But,
I think that's one of our strengths now against Kent Hovind is that we're kind of uniting ourselves.
Yes.
And it's going to be harder for him to target a whole community of people.
Yeah, especially his peers.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, in the creationist community, not just people that are atheists. Now it's young Earth creationists now uniting. But I was like, okay, so Robert Baty is an old Earth creationist. There's someone not very well known named Christopher Johnson. He was the only other young Earth creationist I knew, and then it was me. And I'm a little bit better known than Christopher Johnson. But I was feeling like people were saying, "Oh, Sal, you're a scientist. You talk about molecular biology and biophysics and biochemistry. Why are you getting involved in this? And I was just like, yeah, that really isn't the character of my channel and the people I cater to. But I just felt so sorry for Cindy. Um, you know, I also started to feel guilty for the whole community, saying, how can you ignore her? You have a Christian sister that's suffering, and it's like, oh, Kent's such a great man of God. You know, we have to kind of cover this up. You know, you can't be criticizing a brother. And just like a Christian sister suffering, isn't anyone to come to her defense? I said, you guys got to be ashamed of yourselves.
Mm-hmm.
And I was starting to get livid, and then SFT starts mocking my defense of Cindy Lincoln. I said, yeah, dude, you know, God's seeing what you're doing here. You know, this isn't right. Just because supposedly someone has a lot of converts, as if that gives him extra points to behave badly. That's not right. And he was mocking me and saying, look how few look at all the subscribers you're losing, and look how few views you're getting. And I was thinking, I don't care.
That's
It's
literally what
another-
G-Man told me too. Oh, you only got 100 subs, and other than your Kent Hovind expose, you only watch your channel. It's like, whatever, bro.
I'm still talking about this. I don't even have a channel.
Yeah.
I'm not a YouTuber.
Yeah.
You
So
know,
it's
Miss Parker's a YouTuber, but she's also like a housewife. I'm an artist, or you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's nice to have some fellowship. TTOR with your 100 subscribers still doesn't. It's still nice to hear someone come forward, and I saw some people taking shots at you in the chat, and I was kind of disappointed to see it, honestly, because I expected better.
I'm
because I
used
thought
to
you-
it. I'm used to being hated by all.
It's like, and I'm like, why are they taking shots at you? All you're doing is just reading these court documents and playing
Right.
recordings, and just like, I thought that was pretty factual. You may not like what you're hearing, but it's factual, and you
Right.
can't take it out on TTOR. It's just a messenger, you know. I think you ought to
Yeah,
be.
the common response was that TTOR guy's an atheist. He can't possibly be a young Earth creationist, because no young Earth creationist would speak out against Kent Hovind.
The Lord's anointed. I'm sorry.
I know.
The internet's just full of people like that, though.
Yeah,
Like,
unfortunately.
these are not new claims. Like the pedo claim is not a new thing. People have been calling people. You know, you hear it all the time.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
It's just become more prominent lately, especially when Kent's trying to defend himself regarding Chris Jones.
Mm-hmm.
So now, you know, I could just say, all right, what have I seen in the last 2 weeks? I met Mark Stoney for the first time. I met Nicholas and Julie Shunk. And even Deborah had, you know,
some good points once she calmed down.
Yeah. And then
She's
UTTOR, and then even for a while, Brett. And that was good. And really, the big one was Mary Toko. I felt for Cindy's sake.
Yeah, that was big for Cindy, for sure.
That was big. And then I stopped feeling quite so lonely. And then when I could see SFT trash talking Mark Stoney, then I felt actually better. I was just like, oh gee, if you'll say that to Mark, calling him a coward, that was pretty
Sal,
low.
I think another special moment was right after that 5-hour live stream that we keep referencing, Hell in a Cell. We were still in the StreamYard, but we were no longer live. You, me, TTOR,
and
Aiden, and that mother...
that Destin guy.
Destin, who threatened to bust Aiden's jaw completely loose until it fell from his face. He was like completely losing his mind. Anyways, I think that, you know, that was like to me a special moment because it's like we all kind of shared how we felt about that live stream. And it was like, this is kind of serious. Maybe we should be doing something more about this. You know, we can
Yeah.
kind of see.
And then Dustin calmed down. He said, Sal, why are you doing this? And I said, I could say it succinctly. It was Steve Lynn's gun.
Yeah.
I know. Honestly, I said, how can a guy feel, huh?
Americans and their guns.
But I mean, that was so stupid. I said that you talk about self-incrimination. I said you know, and no one's challenged me. People are saying, "Are you slandering Kent Hovind?" I'll just go back at them. I say, "You believe that? You're going to believe that? You think that's truthful?"
He wasn't threatening her with a loaded gun. He was threatening her with his other loaded gun. Wink, nudge.
Well, I think a part of that too is it gets to a point where it's sort of absurd. Now you're just thinking of how absurd it is. It's sort of a distraction. It's like now you're just thinking of the absurdity of it's what, his pants tent or whatever. Like, come on, like it just gets you. It brings your brain to a different location where you're no longer thinking about what they were really talking about. It's another distraction tactic where it's like Kent does that, where he'll bring up sort of absurdly or sort of sexual or semi-sexual sometimes things, and it just takes you off on this tangent where it's now we're making boner jokes instead of talking about the real issue. And that's how it is by design. That's what it's for.
Yeah, narcissists will do that in a heartbeat if it throws the scent off their trail.
Yeah.
I just want to say I'm gonna head out. It's pretty late for me.
Yeah.
It's very nice meeting you.
Yeah, it was really nice meeting you guys. Like I said, we swapped contact information. Come over to Mrs. Parker's channel to talk with us sometime.
Is that the name of the channel, Mrs. Parker's channel?
Yeah, it's like MRZ Parker.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mrs. Parker. Okay.
It's fair warning. It's different
Vulgar?
a little bit. Just we talk about whatever. And I hope everyone stays safe and stays hydrated.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you. Yeah, you too.
Has a great day.
Nice to meet you.
You too.
Yeah, it was nice meeting you guys too.
Have a good one.
Take care.
Well, then there were three.
Because this was a lot of stuff's really heavy on my heart today.
Yeah, well, we are at the 4 hour and 15-minute mark, so we'll probably wrap it up here in a little bit, unless Adam has more he wants to talk about.
You know, I would like to talk to you guys about a couple things behind the scenes, but maybe we should just kind of wrap up and summarize, or just, you know, what have we discussed today? Well, let's lay it out, because, you know, it can become a big, long, convoluted thing, and, you know, what new information did we come to? What did we talked to a lot of people. We found out about structuring. We found out about Mark Stoney's experience. Found out a lot of additional information about Zaire and Christopher Jones and the Ukrainian boy. Different people involved with that. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that we accomplished today.
Yeah, well, I personally need to go watch the stream you did of Mark Stoney, because it sounds like you guys talked about a lot of interesting stuff on your channel.
Well, I learned a lot about who Mark Stoney was today, and that was a big deal. I said, I think highly of him already, and his testimony was very powerful. So Robert Baty's him being very methodical, and then Mark Stoney suggesting that he's done a lot to damage Kent Hovind's reach. And I'm realizing very underappreciated contribution to humanity what Robert Baty has done, because he was like the sole Christian voice for a very, very, very long time, it seems.
Yeah.
So that was interesting. That was great to learn the stuff about Matt Powell.
Yeah, interesting. I've kind of lost track of that. Like, what's been going on with Matt Powell? He's been kind of missing in action.
And then Robert Baty pointed out another sex offender that is no longer at DAL, but it's like, gee, that's another name.
Yeah, we need to go back and
We're
figure
up
out.
to 3.
I want to go back and remember what was he specifically saying right there, because some of the stuff was just too much information, too fast to keep track of.
And then finding out that DAL has so few people going through it, I thought it was
more.
You know, it's not much of an amusement park, really, at this point. And that was the best news I got the whole day about all this. So I'd say that was the highlight of it all for me.
Yeah, Kent Hovind's in-person influence, we learned, is very small. Not a lot of people visit DAL as far as tourists and visitors, and he's pretty much essentially blackballed from speaking in churches like he used to do all the time prior to 2006. So his in-person reach is actually pretty limited. It's just the internet where he reaches a lot of people.
Yeah.
Well, the people he does reach, though, he has a very strong impact on.
Yeah, he does. And some
That's
of them
great.
even come to DAL because they think they're going to see the guy that they see on YouTube or on the internet. And then instead, they see who he really is. And then they
Yeah, well,
suddenly.
it seems like a pattern of people are kind of, they have a life of crime. Or, they're up to something no good, and they're like escaping to Kent because he's going to help them out. He's, he's
Well,
not
that's the
going to
other.
judge them.
That's the other side too. Yeah, for the
Yeah,
I
criminals.
wanted to ask, I actually wanted to probe that a little more, and it didn't occur to me with Mark. What's the sort of demographic that ends up at Dinosaur Adventure Land? It looks like it's a lot of distressed people.
A lot of drug addicts, a lot of homeless people.
Yeah, I hear stories about how people will like literally sell everything they have and leave their lives behind to go be at DAL because they think they're joining a godly ministry that's going to win souls to the Lord, and instead they find themselves enslaved in a cult personality.
But and so Cindy was,
she was part of that. She really thought when she went to DAL to work there before she married Kent Hovind, she really thought she was going to be working with a man of God because that's what he portrayed himself as on the internet.
And I think that what's heartbreaking, I kept telling Cindy, there are other creationists out there, and I started listing the names. She said, I never heard of them. I said, these are very fine individuals.
Yep. They don't take you down the crazy trail like Kent does. Yeah.
But so Cindy, I think I would not classify as the drug addict type.
No.
In
She's,
distress.
Not at all.
She's
not
a
at
victim
all.
through and through. Yeah.
But
there's sort
it
of
seems like
multiple
there's
types.
I'm sorry.
Well, there's these different types. So there's people who are wholesome, authentic, genuine Christians who really feel like they're doing something spiritual by coming here and giving their time to the Lord. There's also people who are in a situation where they're either criminals or homeless and they need help, and that's why they're going there. There's sort of these multiple categories of types of people,
Yeah.
That's just a recipe for disaster to have a community with that many people. And I feel sorry for them. I'm not trying to denigrate them if they're genuinely trying to get on the right track. But if they have a track record of drug abuse, they can recover for a little bit, but it's hard. It's hard to straighten out your life. I have a relative that went down that path, and his life's been a mess forever. And you just can't expect a lot of good things to emerge from that. It's just not a community. I mean, praise God, someone tries to minister to people like that, but it's still a troubled world. Man, so I wanted to explore that a little more because it does seem like, just like what you said, TTOR, with the homeless and all, and the distressed. Oh man.
Yeah, and that's why they tend to be the ones who go along with whatever Kent wants or whatever Steve wants, because they have nothing else to go to, no one else to go to. They've literally made their bed in their grave with DAL, and if they were to step out against obvious immoral stuff, then they would be cast out and they'd have nowhere to go. And so some of them stay for that reason.
So Cindy was saying that a lot of them would be homeless if they were cast out.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, they have a hard time leaving because they're living there. That's how, they don't. That's one thing that Mark was talking about. I don't remember if we talked about this live, but it's like once people get there, it's hard for them to escape because they have a home, they have food there, they have shelter, and they don't necessarily have a way to just move, and they're manipulated. And it's like, and then you have a lot of cases where we're hearing of a lot of people are paid to leave. So it's like kind of hush money, or just, here's a bunch of money, just get out of here and don't say anything about it. Or just, I don't know. It's very manipulative, and it's troubling because I think some people are getting kind of accusations or criticism of being complicit in some of this stuff. And it's like, some of these people were kind of stuck in this situation. They didn't really have a way out of getting,
Yeah.
they weren't as, I mean, yeah, sure, they were there interacting with some of the stuff, but what were they supposed to do? They, Mark, for a long time, he didn't have a way to just move away. He didn't have, I don't know. It's just very, very crazy. And it's like a cult. It is a cult. It's like it's
So
very
Mark was
manipulative.
able to escape. That's an interesting story. So I mean, you had interviewed him before he got on the show.
Well, and he was paid thousands of dollars to shut up, to shut his mouth about Zaire.
But he was able to escape Dinosaur Adventure Land.
Yeah.
And it looks like he started a new life. And
Absolutely.
I really wish him the best. Man, this is heart wrenching to hear.
Yeah, it's just too much.
Yeah. And then I'm sorry to say this, but it's like, on another note, it's like I was feeling pretty sorry for myself the whole day. And I hear this, it's like, Sal, you don't have problems, Sal. You absolutely do not. You have nothing to complain about.
Same here.
Well, Sal, if you're feeling down, that's still valid. But I mean, this is just alarming. It's like I keep experiencing this where this is so extreme that my brain is having a hard time accepting the reality of a lot of this stuff. It's just,
man,
it's very psychologically difficult to process.
So I mean, it's like, well, first off, there's some things that Kent isn't responsible for, like for these guys being homeless or drug addicts. That it's sad just on that level, but then that they're there and that they're enslaved this way, that's sad, and they're not, they may not recover the way they're supposed to if you're going to recover, because then you have someone else who's taking advantage of them.
That's a good way of putting it. So it's like they are
Kent Hovind enables and enslaves them at the same time.
Really, because he's taking advantage of them for labor and things, right? Like, he's having people that they're drug addicts and they can do construction work, so he gets them out there just working their butts off to doing whatever projects he's trying to do out there. I don't know.
Yeah, there was this one girl who used to work at DAL. She originally went there as a volunteer, and she was working, for free, and they weren't forcing her to do all this crazy work stuff. But then, in order to give her some money, she had to sign this thing that basically made her an employee of DAL, and that's when they started treating her like a slave and making her do crazy, obscene amounts of work with no rest and no way to recuperate and recover. And they would expect her to be perfect no matter what was going on with her or what was going on around the park or anything.
And I want to say this is where it was a little difficult being with Cindy. It's like, because again, she's in emotional distress, and I was having a hard time trying to discern what she was trying to communicate, even on her videos. But see, now that we're kind of talking about this calmly, and it's like I'm getting a picture of what was really, because you and me, TTOR and Adam, we're outsiders. We actually can articulate it better because we are outsiders.
Right.
We could kind of, and now I'm getting this picture it's becoming so clear, because I got to be honest with you. When I saw some of the pictures of Dinosaur Adventure Land and the way Kent
portrays it,
I thought this is a functional place. I didn't think this is all, I actually, when I was hearing about the girls working there, I thought they were like summer interns or something from college. I didn't realize these were probably from distressed situations.
Yeah. Or the one girl I'm referring to, she went there as a volunteer. She wasn't, distressed or anything. But then,
okay.
But then she got basically tricked into becoming an employee, and then she basically got enslaved there for a while before she was able to get out.
I mean, it is kind of a little bit distressing. It's like, I would hope she has like a cell phone and call home and say, I want out.
Mm-hmm. Come get me.
Come get me. Call the sheriff if I'm not out.
Mm-hmm.
Goodness, and I hope there's cell phone coverage there. Oh, now I remember what I wanted to say.
Mm.
I mean, no ill intent to Princess Sandra Sawyer Hovind, and you know, Brett said to be nice to her, otherwise you're booted, and I had no problem with that because you know, I view her a little bit like a potential victim at this point.
Oh,
Yeah,
she could be. I mean, she's right in line for that.
I
But
think so. Yeah, she seems like she's got herself caught up in something she doesn't realize what she's involved with, and she's somewhat innocent in it. I think, but she's I think she's a victim in this. That's
yeah,
same thing.
but
Sorry, that's all.
she has a different demographic than Joe Hovind, Mary Toko, and Cindy Lincoln. Her ex-husbands were convicted felons. I don't know how. I mean, she seems like a nice individual. How she got caught up in all that, and so now she has Kent Hovind. So,
who was convicted of tax fraud and beating his wife? Yeah, let's marry that guy.
Everyone has a type, right?
Yeah.
That's your type when you're dating.
Yeah, she
I
definitely
know
made a mistake.
very little about Sandra.
So that's all I had to mention.
I don't know about you. I felt extremely uncomfortable in that live stream. I don't know if you noticed. I ducked out a couple times. It was just the contrast between the previous live stream and that one where Sandra was on there and Kent stopped in for a minute, and it was just no drama, not allowed to talk about Kent. It was just weird. It was very strange.
it was.
You and I had a good talk on Big Bang stuff though, and cosmology, which was nice. So,
but you know,
but that's not what was really on your mind, was it?
Huh?
But Big Bang cosmology wasn't really what was on your mind,
it
was
wasn't.
it?
And by the end of that, it really trickled out where it was just dead. No one was there. We just closed early. It was like,
well, I was wondering what was going to happen, and I said, okay, I'm just going in there to see the challenge of handling myself, because SFT was about, you know, SFT was just blowing up in the side chat.
Yes.
And Brett said, "Why don't you come on in?" And he said, "Are you two going to behave yourself?" I said, "Sure. We can trash talk outside of here." And I was calling SFT's bluff to see if he's going to face me after all the stuff he said about me. And it was a little bit, and he's calling people cowards. It was a little satisfying to see him back down. It was a little satisfying to see him back down. I said, "Yeah, because you know who I am, right, SFT? I mean, you're not going to pull that BS on me. You're not going to tell me that I'm this or that. You know, I got friends in the creationist community. I mean, you and Kent Hovind aren't addressing the Creation Research Society, are you? I'm going to be standing in front of all the researchers and making a presentation. It's like, you're not invited there. So you can't pull that BS on me saying I'm a bad dude or anything. In fact, he probably knew I'd probably confront him and I said, "Hey, is it true that they're starting to boycott your channel? Is that why you have Kent Hovind regularly?" I mean, you know, I was going to call him out on some stuff.
Yeah, Kent Hovind tends to get you more views than you otherwise would, so I can see why Standing for Truth would want him on his channel all the time, especially if people are starting to leave.
Yeah, but and it's like, okay, what kind of crowd are you going to get? You know, I mean, what quality of crowd are you catering to? You know, I mean,
everything is awesome. Everything is awesome when you're part of a team. That's what you're gonna get.
Is that what he says now?
No, that's from the Lego movie. I forget what the song's called.
Oh. So that was the first thing. And then I was wondering how Sandra was going to deal with me. And she was all smiles and happy. And I said, I'll be all smiles and happy too. And I wanted to tell Brett, actually, I was going to quote the Psalms. He said, "Are you going to behave yourself, Sal?" I said, "Yeah, my words will be smooth as butter, as it says in the Psalms."
Oh, okay, that could be interpreted so many ways.
Okay, so in the Psalms it says, "My enemy was my friend. His words are smooth as butter, but they were drawn swords." That was,
Oh wow! So you had an underhanded meeting with that one,
you know, but I
and she
didn't. I
knew
was
because she was. Well, did she know? That's a biblical scripture test. Do you know your Bible?
Wow.
well. I didn't say that, and
Oh, you
I
didn't
didn't.
say that. That's what you were thinking. Like you meant.
Yeah, yeah. You know, Brett saying, "Are you going to behave yourself with SFT?" I said, "Yeah, my words will be smooth as butter, just like it says in the Psalms."
Okay.
No problem.
Oh man.
But regarding Sandra Hoven, I was like, okay, I'll be nice to her. I mean, I have no, you know, I view her as another victim, and I just want to see what, you know, I really wanted to see how well she could hold her composure. I said, you're either a really good actress or you're really buying.
Yeah,
Well,
she. I mean, it's hard to tell, but
I
she.
could not tell. I could not tell. I
She
said,
definitely was. At least whether she was acting or not, she was being very sweet, very formal, just very
oh, yeah,
friendly.
just like a great, you know, welcome to Fantasy Island, you know.
Like a politician posing with a baby.
Yeah, and I could not. I said, you know, if this is an act, you ought to win the Academy Award because you're doing a great job. Or either that, you're really believing everything that you're being told, and this is a wonderful, great place. And
Well, I think it's a little bit of both, don't you think, Sal? Like she really seems like a victim here that she's being taken advantage of, and she doesn't see like. Don't you think predict the future? She's it's going to get to a point where she's going to look back and she's going to be in a similar position where same as the former wives, like
and maybe more so,
um,
you know, I felt Mary Toko had an exit because Mary
sure,
Toko did have a life. I would presume Sandra's um, not quite as affluent, so she could end up. I'm just guessing here. I don't have. She, she might end up like the rest of those in Dinosaur Adventure Land. It's like, well, where are you going to go? You can't run.
right.
Uh, Even though Cindy lost a lot of money, she still had an exit strategy. She was able to leave, and you know she had a place to go.
Hmm.
I don't know about Sandra, so I said I have no hostility toward her. I mean, she was defending her husband. That's an honorable thing. When she came after me a little bit, and I said, you know, she just said one comment about Sal. I don't even remember. It's like, oh, so this is about glorifying you, Sal. And then I just wrote her back. I said, Sandra, it's an honorable thing. You're defending your husband. I have no beef with you. God bless you. And she never attacked me again. And that was sincere. That I don't have a beef with her. I do view her as a potential victim, next victim of Kent Hovind. And but I was so when you were saying that was a weird meeting, it was for me too. But I was having fun. I was like, I want to see what's up with Sandra. I just can't.
That's the thing. I had a morbid curiosity about it, and it also just a sort of feeling of disgust. Like, is this really what the follow up is? Is just this charade? Like, it just felt wrong. I felt like I was complicit in something wrong that was going on.
Well,
And besides talking to you, Sal, we did have some nice science talk, which was a fun.
Yeah, that was so funny. People are probably expecting drama, and then it just nothing. It was.
yeah, I wasn't
It's like my
involved.
channel.
I wasn't involved, but it sounds like it was a real dud compared to the live stream before that we were in.
Well, the contrast between the two is very interesting because at the front of the show, you have Sandra, you have Kent popped in. Like it's Sandra at DAL, and she walks around and Kent's right there. So he was on there, and at first it was just this kind of, oh, Sandra's being very polite and asking, "Oh, who are you? What do you, what do you believe?" Um, and then it just kind of was like, no one's allowed to talk about Kent. So what are we going to talk about? Hey, we talk about evolution all the time. Hey, like, did you see the new Marvel movie? Like, it just got to a point where within a compared to other live streams, it got to a point where it was just
there's that
there
elephant
was
in the
nothing.
room.
Yeah, the elephant
Yeah,
in the
it was
room time.
surreal. It was
Yeah.
surreal. It's like, yeah, we're gonna talk about everything except what is on everyone's mind.
Everyone is thinking about. Obviously.
Yeah,
And then
no.
you cut the pencil with a knife. and it was just like, okay, folks, you know. Like,
Yeah, I'm definitely going
I
to
don't
have
know.
to do more live streams like this one going forward. I won't be able to do them on Thursdays, though, because of my new work schedule. It's about to start. But Saturdays, I'll be free going forward. And so we'll have to do some Saturday streams like this.
Well, it'd be good to hear from Brett. Like, I haven't had a chance to really talk to him. Like, I just want to find out where is he at with this? You know, am I upsetting him by talking about this? Is he where? You know what I mean? Like, it's just kind of strange. Like, I guess he's feeling sick today. He was going to live stream.
Mm-hmm.
Just I'd like to kind of check in and just see where Brett's at, because it really is just kind of eerie silence
Well,
on the subject. You know.
if I had to guess, I think he's fine with us doing this because otherwise the burden would be on him.
Mm-hmm.
I hope so. I hope that that's where Brett.
I hope that's how he feels about
that
it.
was what I thought, but then it's like,
Yeah.
now I'm not so sure. Like,
And at this point, maybe it doesn't matter. I wish Brett the best. He's been nothing but good to me, and I'm just going to leave it at that. You know, I'm not going to stir the pot anymore. I just, you know, I'm grateful for what he's done. Maybe it's not everything that I would have wanted, like with the videos being taken down, but I'm still grateful. I feel this is the net positive. And
and it was a major platform. It's like,
yeah,
it was like the court. This was the court, and just, okay, someone came and spoke their side. The next person comes in. Everyone's kind of there. Everyone's
Yeah.
paying attention to Brett's channel. You know, this is the spot to find out what is going on with this. And now it's just really a weird vacancy. Now it's like,
oh,
picking
watch
up the
my new
pieces,
video
you know?
game.
What's
He was
that?
showing his video games and
Well,
praised how to make a scroll picture.
Well, part of that, I think, like I've said earlier, is Brett just needs a psychological break from all this.
Yeah.
As part of it. It's not just the elephant in the room. It's like, it reached a breaking point where it's just too much to deal with.
Yeah, he was saying he wasn't getting any sleep, and he's getting called from by Kent in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Just
Both,
like-
he and I, we both lost sleep because it was like, well, we found out about that and we were in a live stream. And it was like, well, shit, it's in a couple hours. I'm just going to stay up. And then we had already planned the next one. So I got a little bit of a nap in between, but it was like, Brett and I got an hour of sleep for a couple days during that, because Kent was just like, oh, I got to address this. You know, it was stressful, and Brett was getting phone call after phone call, 2 hour long phone calls, and then the other wife calls, and then this person's criticizing him, and then this person's telling their side of the story, and he's talking to Chris Jones, and he's talking to Kent, and he's talking to Mary, and it was just like,
yeah,
all this stuff.
sounds like Camp Kent is in panic mode.
Yeah. Oh, before we say goodbye, TTOR,
Mhm.
can I call you by your first name? Do you go by it on air?
Oh, sure, you can call me Justin.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to say, this is one of your premiere shows on Quarter. And it's a
Well,
good one, wasn't it?
It will be once I upload it. Yeah, I got a little message from my friend Josh. He runs all the tech stuff behind Quarter. He said he fixed a firewall issue, so next time I try to live stream the Quarter directly, I shouldn't have a problem. But I'll be sure to upload this live stream onto YouTube and Quarter tonight, so you guys will be able to see it soon.
Oh, great.
So we actually weren't live. No one actually saw.
We were live on Joshu TV,
but not YouTube.
No.
Are you going to upload to YouTube
Yeah.
too?
Yeah, I will.
Great.
Yeah.
This will be a great show. So the great
You'll get to see the awesome. You'll get to see the awesome intro video I made for the show and the overlay I put over us while we were
great.
talking. You'll like it.
Well,
But anyway,
thank you for having me on.
You're welcome. I'm going to run the outro now to end the show. But if Adam or Sal wants to stay on and talk with me
If you guys want to
after,
stick around, I'd like to ask both you guys just a couple things.
Yeah.
That is more.
we'll just
not
need to
appropriate.
be quiet for a minute after we.
Well, hey, Justin, thank you for doing this. Like, this was awesome. This is much needed. So great work with everything you've been doing on this, and I really mean that. And
Thank you.
You might say, "Oh, you only have 100 subs," or you're having a major impact on this. You're raising awareness, and you've changed a lot of people's minds with what you've done already.
Yeah.
So
And
great job.
and got Kent to incriminate Chris Jones while defending him.
There you go. Yeah.
That's never gonna leave my head. But anyway, thanks for watching, guys. And whenever I do another episode of the TTOR Show next, you'll be sure to know about it. Have a good one.